Oh, we're safe. I got a good rifle in the house, like a semi-automatic.
The judge is in there.
That's coming from up there now.
Good evening, everybody. We're glad that you're here. We'll go ahead and read the verse for the evening. Start with that. It's Isaiah 52:7. How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of him who brings good news, who proclaims peace, who brings glad tidings of good things, who proclaims salvation. And that's Isaiah 52:7. And then we will open with a prayer. Thank you, Father, for allowing us to be here. Thank you for this platform. Thank you for the other believers that we've met through here. Thank you for the friends that we've made. Thank you for the protection that you provide and that you cover everyone here and everyone who will view the channel later, that you will protect those who love you and that you will block and keep away anyone who does not love you. We pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen. We have 3 Facebook pages: Oklahoma Bigfoot Predator Watch, Antlers and Surrounding Areas. We have Choctaw Missing and Murdered Woman, WOMBMAN and Son Center and Database. And we also have the Lead Tracker E page, but it has not been able to be gotten into lately, so nothing's going on there new, but there are still a lot of older files in there and photos and posts that you can go and look at until we get those problems worked out. And then there's the Lead Tracker E YouTube channel that accompanies this one, and we will have separate videos there as well. I'd like to thank everyone for their help with we'll let Jerry explain. Jerry will explain that about the applying for the position of chief of the Choctaw tribe of Oklahoma, and he can explain that after a while. And we have links in the description box for the Cash App and Patreon and all the other things. And the post office box is 655 Antlers, Oklahoma 74523.
Also, thank you to Judy Wheeler. We got your photos, and we'll be looking through those also. As far as the Chiefs update on the fundraiser, we didn't make the deadline with the amount that we have, but we had some very good people, and we also, was it TJ or JT? TJ. If you're out there, we sent this back to you. We couldn't use it. We could use it, but we sent it back because it was for that registration for the chief position, but we didn't make it, so we're sending that back. And you was the last person left on the list that helped out. So we just wanted to show you that has been refunded to you. And so look in your Cash App because it is sent back to you. And thank you very much for your help and for stepping up when you did. Other friends have said that we could use some of the funds that they did send for necessities, and we have been using that. Like we have a hotspot now, which I do need to plug in, just thinking about it. So it don't go out while we're live streaming. We're finally back up and running. So now we're able to use this platform again. We haven't been having the live streams as much, but we are going to be able to do that now with the assistance and the people who helped with the quick fundraiser who suggested that we use it for things that we need. So we're up and running again, and we do have pictures and video and things like that. Just photos tonight, but our guest will give us the explanations of everything. Thank you, CT and Tracker Scott. Tracker Scott did help out quite a bit, and CT, those funds came in when you became the Patreon member, and it was just enough to make sure that we had gas to get to where we had to get to. And thank you for being the translator for us, and I'm sure you're here now. And thank you again, CT and Tracker Scott. But we just forgot to mention those two from this morning's Tracker Talks. We just wanted to catch that up here. But everything happened the way it happened. We kept the faith and the trust, and God and Jesus left the door open for us. We was even at the bank, which the lobby closed at 4. For some reason, the doors were still open, so we were still in the lobby. Finally, whenever the latest possible second that we could have got something done, the lady came up and was wondering how we were in the building and how we got in, because those doors were supposed to have locked. And so we just knew that we were given the last possible second for anything to happen, but it was short notice, but it did show us who, there was some people trying to also help. Joe Blow, Linda, thank y'all, Mary. And I know that the electrical problems happen a lot, and it was short notice, but thank you very much, everybody. We did appreciate all the help that you gave. So that's it for our updates. But we do suggest that people do become a Patreon member and listen in and participate in the morning Tracker Talks. There's a lot of important information there. But on this stream in the evenings, we do it for interviews and lessons. And we just moved the Tracker Talks to be an individual thing because there's too much to be talking about. And if you were in that room, and many people can attest who has been in that room, about the information and the things that we share in there are different from here. And then we give the updates of that, or we'll bring a tracker on to interview if we need more information. Just like tonight, we have Parkway from the Blue Ridge Parkway area, North Carolina. We got some other friends, some other trackers up in that area. They all know about that area. So we're going to have Parkway come on, and we're going to have a talk, and then we're going to show some pictures more towards the end. And he's got a lot of things to show and talk about. So we're going to welcome him now. How you doing, Parkway?
Hey, how's the audio? The audio okay?
The audio is great. A lot of people from this channel are kind of familiar with what you're doing in your area. We was wondering if you could give us kind of like a background of like your first experience. And some of them people have had it as they were a child or adult. And then just kind of build us up to those pictures. And we're going to show those pictures more at the end and have you explain a little bit more about those also. And we'll ask questions a little bit more, but we want to give you the platform. But we'll kind of guide into just a little direction, just a little bit though.
Okay. I'm Greg Richardson. I'm here in the high country of North Carolina. 54 years old. And I do like the Parkway, hence the name. I've lived around the Parkway for 13 years. I was within a mile of the Parkway in 3 different places. Or no, make that 13 years. I live within a mile of the Parkway in 3 different places. So I just have a love for it. It's a beautiful place. Kind of has its own climate, beauty. So that's kind of how the name come about. Yeah.
And you have a YouTube channel that people can link up to before we start, so they can already check your channel out and subscribe.
Yeah, that'd be great.
We also have.
Yeah, I got a lot of videos on there. What I find.
We have also the link in the description of Parkway's YouTube channel. Also his latest video, I believe it's called Playground, and also his Rumble channel. It's also in the descriptions. So also check him out on Rumble. But yeah, if you can, I'm sorry for the interview, but I wanted everybody to know where they can link up with you and follow you because you have some important information to share. But if you can kind of start again with your first experience and build us up to the photos that you send in, please.
I guess the first experience was whenever a couple of friends of mine had an encounter not too far from me. And that would have been in 1995. But before that, you know, growing up, we had a place called the Booger Rock and also a place called Booger Mountain. And those places are named for that for a particular reason, I'm sure. But I've camped out up there on Booger Mountain, and that was pretty scary. Camped up there 3 nights. But there's a lot of documented sightings in the area, all around me, probably going back 50 years or more. And then there's some very recent in the area. So they're around, and I'm sure the population is going up because I see more and more sign all the time about everywhere you go. Usually around trails and roads, places like that. The usual suspect places. Seems like that's where you find most of the builds and stuff. But anyway, back in 1995, I was living in Boiling Rock, and a friend of mine was coming up to my place, and he heard about another guy that had an encounter. There was 2 guys actually, and I used to live next to him. Anyway, Matthew was coming up to see me when I was coming in Blowing Rock, and he went around where these other 2 guys had an encounter, or they saw it. And Matthew went around that route because he was very familiar with the area. He surveyed up in there. And whenever he surveyed up there, he was getting knocks and stuff. I guess they was driving pegs or rebar or something, and they was getting pecks up in that area. And I filmed in that area also. But anyway, he was going up a gravel road coming up towards the parkway. And these two guys had one step about 15 foot from the bumper. It was two guys in just a little Toyota pickup truck. But anyway, it was Matthew and I have been back out there and done a reenactment, and it was about 7.5 to 8 foot tall, and they was so close to it they could see the bloodshot eyes. That's how close he was. Matthew also gave his interview on Sasquatch Chronicles. It'd be episode 531. It had a man's face. There's 3 interviews during that, but he's the first one. But anyway, these guys had an encounter. You know, you can go back on that, but they had this encounter, and they come to my apartment. And Matthew come in there, and he was all excited, and Michael, who was with him, this guy was mortified. I mean, mortified. He didn't say anything. He come in the apartment. He went and sat at the end of the couch. And I tried to comfort him or, be cordial. And this guy was white as a ghost. He wasn't saying nothing. And I shook his hand, and his hand was sweaty and cold. This guy was white as a ghost. So I know they saw something, But anyway, Matthew was running back and forth and saying, man, I just saw Bigfoot. We just saw Sasquatch. And I kind of dismissed it in a way. Well, anyway, there was 2 other guys saw the same one. Same description. It was orange colored in the same area. And it was, it had matted hair on the inside of its legs. And me and Matthew went by where I used to live in this apartment down in Wilkes. And we went by to see these 2 other guys that saw it about 2 weeks earlier. Had to be the same one. And Matthew got him to tell the story, And the matted hair had to match up because all 4 guys saw the same one within a 2-week period. And about 2 weeks later, we went by Greg's apartment, and Tony was with him. And both these guys seen the same one about 2 weeks earlier. And Matthew got telling me, what he saw to confirm it. And both those guys was just staring at the television, mortified. They was reenact what they saw. And there was no faking any of this. There was no way. But anyway, about 6 years later, about 6 years ago, I got back in touch with Matthew and told him, I asked him about it, his encounter again. And he's, I confirmed what he saw. I confirmed, him coming into my apartment being mortified, and the guy that was with him, he was almost in shock. And, those other 2 guys, Tony and Greg, they saw the same one. And these guys was speechless after that. They was just watching the television. But Matthew's, just waving his hand. He goes, I told you we saw Bigfoot, It's what he kept on saying. So, about 6 years ago, after I saw some structures, I was convinced that it was real. And then a lot of other people have had encounters in the area. But that's kind of how it started. About 6 years ago, I walked in the woods on a friend of mine's farm who I was working for. When I come out of those woods, I knowed that something was constructed and built, most definitely. There was a language, there was signage, all the signatures and trademarks that I find right now. So that's kind of how I got started. Was just knew they was around, but you know, we always called them boogers, and I didn't really know what that meant. But Mom said several times, you know, don't stay out late, you know, booger man will get you. Heard that several times, but I didn't put the two together. Just didn't put the two together. Well, I want to add also that my aunt had an encounter. Well, not really an encounter, but she filmed some footprints in the snow, and I remember this. I think she posted them on Facebook. Anyway, she found footprints in the snow, and they just seemed like they disappeared. And this was about a half a mile from my grandparents' place where I grew up most of my life. But they seemed like they disappeared. Okay, she's a half a mile from the road and by herself below a cemetery. And she had a rock hit her house one time. Just come out of nowhere, you know, just come out of nowhere. She kept the rock. She kept it on her porch for a while. And I remembered that after she said it. You know, she was alone, so she was isolated in that area. And also in that cemetery, my mom and my grandfather was coming out one night, and they saw 3 basketball-sized orbs floating in that cemetery. Okay, my grandfather, after that, he never was in, you know, his own ground, his own land ever again after dark. But I didn't doubt it, because, you know, my grandfather, he was a veteran in World War II. So, you know, he's seen some things. But just never did figure out the booger part. But I do now, and have for several years now. But I've done research from Paris Mountain, South Carolina, all the way to Ohio. I've been those places and looked around. I've went all kind of places, but the most evidence I've found is just right local. Really. All this stuff is in plain sight. If you got eyes to see it. That's the way I look at it. But that's kind of how I got started. If anybody's got a question thereafter, please ask me.
So if anybody has any questions right now, you can ask or just type them in. We can either read them, or Parkway can answer them just directly.
If you will put them in all caps, it will be easier to find.
But I was also going to mention a couple of things that caught my attention with the encounters and everything. Like you said, not knowing at the time, as far as our parents, giving us the soft kind of explanation without trying to really frighten us, or just some kind of explanation. What was that around Booger Rock and Booger Mountain and all those places called Booger area?
Yeah, pretty close. Yeah, probably within 35-minute drive, all directions. Pretty easily. If you guys want to hear about my encounter, I can tell you about that.
We would love to.
Oh yeah. We was hoping you just build up and build up and build up, because we know that you've got just tell us everything, and we're not on the time limit. get into details. Let us know as much as you can share, because every bit of it's information for everybody.
Okay.
We don't interrupt. We just let you talk. It's not that we're not paying attention and don't have questions. We just don't want to interrupt.
Well, that's fine. I guess I've had them watch me in the past when I've been filming or structures. I've had people pick up things, running it through systems of some kind. So I know they've watched me whenever I filmed their constructs. I guess the first time, I guess this was in 2019, I was where Matthew had his encounter. And I think that's the first time I ever got zapped, you say. Pretty sure I got zapped one time. I caught that on video. But I just went back where Matthew had his encounter. Anyway, this Sasquatch went up a hill, was probably 70, 80 degrees after it stopped in front of his car. So I went out there and looked around and went up on the hill, structures galore. Started finding them right there where he had his encounter. Well, I started nosing out there a little bit, and I went in there filming, and I'm pretty sure I got zapped because I don't think it was from me filming in circles and, and talking through the video or whatever. I'm pretty sure about halfway through that video that I got zapped because I was disoriented after I turned off the camera, and I had my truck parked beside the road, and I went off the bank, only place I could access it, because you had to go down the hill and back up, because you couldn't go up that bank. There's no way. But I went off that bank, and I come off that bank, and I started walking up the hill, because that's where I was parked. There was a power line there. Anyway, I went up a hill, and I started sweating profusely, and got paranoia really bad. And I went up a hill and turned around because I didn't see my truck. And I went back down the hill a little ways, and I knew I went too far, and I turned back around and still couldn't find my truck. And I says, follow the power line. Well, anyway, I was about a curve low, I guess. But I walked, finally got my truck within view and started, I was still sweating, and I really got paranoia really, really bad. So I left out of there and went back up towards the Parkway area, because this was a little bit off the Parkway. Went back up, and I probably drove in circles 2 or 3 times just because I thought I might be being followed. And I called Matthew even and told him I thought I got hit with infrasound or something. And I know that he'd seen one up close. So, me and him was in communication together. So I was really, really paranoid that day. I think that was in about July 2019. I was in there. But I do think they zap you. And I do think I've had them zap my phone twice in the past. I've caught that on audio. But they've not zapped me again. I think that was the first time, that I thought filming or structures was, legit. Because I never really felt like that. I was just really, come off a bank, it was uphill or downhill. It was pretty easy. But I walked up and down the road 2 or 3 times. I was just, I was paranoid too, and sweating bad. I mean, it was hot that day, but no, it was brought on by anxiety, more or less. I guess the next time I had, like I said, I've had people watch my videos on my main original channel, and, they've documented what I've seen. I run it through audio and things like that. And I guess it was in 2019, I went down to Uwharrie Forest. Matthew was living down in Thomasville. It's a little bit north of the Uwharrie Forest. And I was working in the Christmas trees at that time. And I was going to take him a Christmas tree and go down there and, meet up and meet the family and all that. And ended up going down there a couple times, I think, because I went back down there for Christmas instead of being alone. But I did spend several nights down in Uwharrie Wilderness. I drove around every place that had a gate open. And I was mostly down there during December, which it was hunting season. But I went down there to do a little research, I guess you could call it, and look around, because that place is notorious for sightings. And it's only 50,000 acres, roughly, maybe 55,000 square acres. But I went down there and found all kinds of structures both times. I think it was around mid-December. Found a big X right beside the road, made out of, I guess it was black pine or yellow pine, and saw a few structures. And when I went back down there at Christmas, I went down there and camped out. Went down there exploring and found a place where I had internet and found a place to camp. And whenever I was setting up camp, it got a little bit dark. Okay, this is around Christmas time. So I found a place to camp. I backed my truck up next to an opening that was a confluence, the Moccasin Creek and the Uwharrie River there. And when I drove down this area, it looked like home to me. It looked like the New River does. So I thought that would be a good place to camp. And this wasn't too far off 109 down there, which splits the forest. I got out anyway, I backed up to a clearing down there pretty close to that confluence. And I was getting out all my camping gear. And I had a headlamp on, and it was a little bit after 6. It was around 6 o'clock. And I was there listening to Sasquatch Chronicles. Okay, it's pretty much dusk. It's dark now. But I have a headlamp on. And I'm pretty anal when I go camping. And I was straightening out a hook on a bungee cord with my hammer, just straightening it out. And whenever I was doing that, I got a big limb snap. I mean, a big one. It was probably around 70 yards down in the woods. And it sounded like it was above ground pretty good. It really did. And, I took note of that. But with the temperature changes, I thought it might have been one of those pine maybe popping or something. But it sounded like it was low to the ground to me. It didn't sound like it was way up high or nothing. Which it was around 60 that day. And it was maybe 40 around dusk or sunset there. Okay, it was approximately 3 minutes later. I got another snap. That was probably 30 yards. It'd be to my right, but it'd be downstream. I got another snap. Sounded like it was about 30 yards. And it was almost equal distance, but it sounded like it was about the same height off the ground. Okay, I got the message. I'm new down there in that area. And I think they got a subspecies in that area anyway. Here's what I did. I throwed all my camping gear in my canisters and put them on the back of the truck, closed the gate, and I went to the campground and spent the rest of the night. So I slept in the truck and didn't sleep too good. Okay, the next day I went looking around. I think I went back down there. I did go back down there, but I went, driving the roads and hiked some trails and done some filming. Found some, the language is a little bit different down there. I guess it's just what they got to work with. It seems more aggressive, the language does. Well, I went down there the next day and tried to find those limbs that snapped. Tried to locate those 2 limbs that I heard snap. Never did find them. Never did find them. But, you know, I looked around. There's a hiking trail there. So it's, you know, kind of hard to track. And, you know, they also had hunting season. I don't know why people were hunting down there, because I didn't see no game. Only 2 deer I saw was out on 109. So I went looking down there and looked around, you know, I hiked, and I might have been down there. I don't think I'd had a bath in about 3 days, and I'd done stayed down in Troy at a motel. But I know it was going to rain, but I went back down there at the same time at sunset, and it was a few minutes after 6, and you know, it's just starting to rain. And I turned my headlights on. You know, it's dark. I turned my headlights on my truck. Didn't start anything, but I turned on my headlights. I guess it was about 30 yards in front of me. I got some eye shine. It was low to the ground, but the eyes were pretty close together. And, you know, it could have been anything. But the fact, you know, didn't scare too easy. Just made me wonder. Well, anyway, you know, I'm ready to start filming. I do film this, but you know, you might could see the eye shine, but I had to turn up the brightness. But anyway, this eye shine was, you know, about 30 yards out in front of me, just a little bit to my right. And I'd flick my lights a time or two, you know, see what it was. And it wasn't long after that, another set of eye shine come out. And this eye shine was behind it, but this was about 6.5 foot off the ground. And both of them was an amber. And this is through a 99 Toyota Tacoma. Yeah, the lights. But both of them was an amber, a starburst. It was like a starburst amber. But when that second set of eye shine come out, it was very tall. You know, I've looked in this area the day before and that day, and it wasn't no owl, and the eye shine was further apart. So I'm watching this stuff, and I got my camera on the dash filming it. It was an older camera. I didn't have night vision, but I was, you know, started filming this, and I thought it might be a good idea to start my truck, because this eye shine is not intimidated by me flicking the high beams. I'm flipping the high beams back and forth, and it's not phasing it, you know. I could even see the taller one down next to the wood line, not too far from the creek. I could see that it was, you know, I could see it blink one time. It would have been its right eye facing me. I could see it blink. So I know this wasn't no owl. And the eye shine was, you know, pretty brazen, very brazen. Okay, I start my car during all this because I want to, you know, make sure my truck starts. And I start up my truck, and I kind of drive a little bit towards it, and I hit it in reverse, and I take out of there. And I'm pretty spooked. I mean, I've never been really spooked. Not much, and, you know, that spooked me. If anything that ever spooked me was that eye shine that I got, that jewel, those 2 sets that I saw down in Uwharrie Forest. That spooked me. Because, you know, I don't even know if they left after I blowed the horn or not. You know, I was on my way to the motel, and it was a good time to go. So I went down to the motel, and I'd done been there, I guess, a week or 2 earlier. So the guy recognized me, but I could tell by him looking at me that, you know, I was spooked. And, you know, I got my room, and I went and checked in. I did look white. I did look white. And, you know, I thought about it that night, you know, tried to dismiss everything it could be. And I don't think there's bears down there at all. they pass through down there, but they're pretty rare, I think. But you know, I showered the next day. Didn't sleep. I slept okay, but you know, I slept some because I didn't sleep too good in my truck the night before. So after I checked out of the motel, I went back up there. I was going to, you know, distance things off and see if I couldn't find some, try to rule things out. And the smaller set of eye shine, it was probably 30 yards from the front of my truck, I think. And the second set of eye shine was about, I don't know, I don't think it'd be 70 yards. Really don't. Maybe probably more like 60, just say 60 to 70. But I walked down there and looked back at my truck. You know, I parked at the same place and, you know, looked back and tried to rule anything out. There wasn't no owl perched up there that high. There's no way. You could see where something had stood off trail. You know, it was just a padded place. But, you know, that was, I guess that was my first scare. And, you know that I wasn't welcome down there, I don't think. Unlike these places I've, you know, been to locally. You know, it's been different. But that was something, was seeing that 2 sets of eye shine, and the night before having those 2 big limb snaps. It was something laying down there in the river, if you ask me, coming out, laying down there in the creek or the confluence somewhere. There's all kind of places to hide because there's a big stand of old forest along the river and creek down there. But I guess, you know, that's as far as, you know, being scared, really scared, I guess it was that time. And let's see, I guess you might want me to go on to something else. Let's see. I guess I could go to where me and Max camped out about two years ago. Max Powers, he's got a YouTube channel called Bigfoot Hunter, and he was coming back from the Green Swamp. You know, we've been friends on YouTube for a long time, and you know, he's got some good stories. But anyway, he's coming back from the Green Swamp and thought he could, you know, he's wanting to come to my areas that I research. And you know, that video's on his channel where he come up with me. And I think we got interaction in the woods that day. I'm not sure, but I think so. But anyway, he and I went to go camp on this place I call Booger Holler. We went to camp up there because I know the homeowner and had permission, you know, as long as we left no trace. But anyway, we went up there and there's maybe 4 open acres or something, just a little tree farm surrounded by forest, and you're on the north side of a mountain. It's probably 4,500 foot, and it's called Booger Mountain. And we went up there, and he found a good place to camp, and you know, it was in the middle of this field. Anyway, I took him in and did that. We parked right in the middle of structures. I mean, that's where we found a level place. We put our vehicles back to back, and you know, it's where we was gonna, you know, wait out the night. Anyway, I showed him around up there before dark, you know what all there was up there. You could probably walk, I don't know, 50, 70 yards where we was parked, and there's a giant X structure that's just been put up within probably the last 2 years. And this X structure is made out of logs, and one end is forked, which they're notorious for, and it's stuck up in the ground. So Max liked that because we was in a good place. But anyway, was all we could do to get set up before dark. And while he was cooking, it was a good night to stargaze. While he was cooking, I had a night vision camera on my phone, but there was a light in the sky that was changing colors just like a disco ball would. And this, call it an orb, I guess. I don't know. It's a light, but it looked like a disco ball. But this thing was fluttering every color in the spectrum all within a few seconds. And it was bouncing up and down like it was on a fish string or something. It's just bouncing up and down. It's probably 150 foot above our heads. And, I filmed this thing. It was sitting there dancing around and dancing around. And I guess that was the first time I ever saw orbs or lights in the forest. And we did later that night. I think it was that night or either the next night. We really saw orbs. But this whole I ended up staying up there 3 nights. But these 2 nights was the craziest I ever had on record, because we was getting normal woodpecker sounds, and then we'd get sound like a drunk woodpecker or a woodpecker trying to learn. It would knock, but the cadence was way, way off. And at the same time, a barred owl was doing it on opposite sides of the mountain. You'd hear a barred owl, and then you'd hear a barred owl that would mimic it, but it wasn't right. It wasn't right at all. And that makes you wonder, because it'd have to be a young woodpecker or owl, or it was drunken or something. But I think they was up there mimicking and toying around with us. But I wanted Max, to experience it more than I did myself, really. But that's a place, I don't know if I don't think I'd camp out alone up there, which I did one night. But Max and I did witness orbs in the forest. And, I talked to him and confirmed this, that resembled eyeshine. These orbs look like eyeshine. They really did. It was dark, and me and Max was sitting here in the vehicle. And, we had all the windows down. We'd been quiet for a long time. And, we had everything blacked out on the dashboard, had all the windows down where we could hear good, and we was focused. Well, we had the truck as level as we could get pointed up on the mountain. And, we just stared in the forest, listening. Anyway, Max goes, "Hey, hippie, we got eyeshine." And I looked down in the forest, probably, it wasn't maybe 70 yards out, and I saw eyeshine that had to be orbs, I guess, because they look like eyeshine, but they look like orbs. But, what I saw was orbs that looked like eyeshine. But anyway, this eyeshine was going up and down like this, staying parallel and kind of seesawing like it was walking up the hill. So I started shifting in my seat just a little bit, a little bit crazy. Anyway, this eyeshine was, I don't know. I don't think it was where the eyeshine was behind the trees or these lights, but they was changing colors, almost identical to what we witnessed earlier, but it was at a very slow rate. You could stare at these orbs, and they would turn from like a soft white to a yellow, and then a pale blue, and then a pale red, all in just 30, 40 seconds, it seems like. But sometimes I think these orbs would almost split into one or merge back into another. So that had to be some of the craziest stuff I'd ever seen. Was that and at one time I was thinking there was 3 sets of orb-like eye shine. I really do. Which would lead into what I'm going into. Okay, we're sitting there, you know, silent, kind of spooked, and we start hearing movement to our right, to our left, and behind us. Okay, the eye shine, or this orb activity, was happening in front of us. And you know, I don't know what it was, but it was pretty calculated, because you could hear you could hear something moving through the leaves on our left, on our right, and behind us, which would be unusual for game, I think. I know there's bear, deer up there, but this would be just unusual in my book. But we really did look at eye shine for probably almost 90 minutes. We watched this orb-like eye shine in activity. But that was kind of spooky. That was kind of spooky because, you know, they'll triangulate you. They will do that. And that was just crazy. That was the craziest stuff I've ever witnessed. I did catch one orb on video, and it's pretty short, but this one was just a green color. But all these orbs looked identical in size, probably baseball size. Probably didn't specify that. It was probably 2.5 to 3 inches, it looked like. All of them seemed like they was different. But I don't know if it's where they was behind the trees or not, but it looked like they would split and merge back together. It really did. It could have been from where it's behind the trees, but I do know that we witnessed them change color. But it was all pretty colors. It was pastel colors. You know, it's yellows and blues and reds and just regular white. But that was pretty crazy. Was, you know, all that activity. And we got some Max, you know, he's a researcher. He had some audio that was really, really interesting that we caught too. Because he put an audio recorder on top of his vehicle every night we was there. Well, he was there 2 nights and I stayed 3. But we caught some interesting howls and some yipping going on. I don't know if it was coyotes or not. He sent that to another YouTuber, and there was something about it that just went out of the range of ordinary animals. It really did. There was a guy on YouTube went over that. But the night I heard that howl was caught on video, because I went to sleep on Max, and I woke up about 12:30 in the morning, and it was starting to rain, and I had to roll up my windows and straighten out my bed. You know, I was just going to sleep in the back of the vehicle. And while I was doing that, there was a big old scream coming from up on let's call it the right wing of the mountain. A big old scream from two different sources. And when I heard this scream, as a chill went down my leg, my right leg, just like that. And it didn't sound normal. You know, there's a lot of rock and stuff up there, but I just don't think it was the acoustics. And I went over there and knocked on Max's vehicle, and something went off again, back to back. I've also got this as my ringtone. But what it was, I don't know. But, you know, I told Max about it, and, you know, we got out of the vehicle and we went and sat in mine, and listen for some other stuff to happen. And I was asking him about it the other day, or last Sunday, and he made me remember that while we was sitting there, we saw a big black mass. It would be to my left, sitting in my vehicle. We saw a big black mass up there, and it was very, very big. It was nothing we could, nothing you could really verify, But we both stared at that, till you about go crazy. I mean, if you stare in the dark for a long time, even if your eyes are adjusted, you kind of get, I don't know, delirious or whatever. But that was pretty crazy, because we got it all that weekend, all rolled up into one. We saw the orbs, the lights, eye shine, the woodpecker sounds, the barred owl sounds, and then those sounds that was caught on audio. But that was really crazy. It really was. And I don't remember which night it was, but it might have been that night. We was getting a leaf shuffle on three sides. We walked up there into the forest, just inside the tree line, and found a pretty convincing footprint. Really did. I filmed it and documented it, but it was very fresh. I know when it rained and everything. Now, I don't think it was a bear. Really don't. Because you could see where the leaves had been disturbed. It walked around a grapevine that was above ground, It was probably 2.5. It was a loop of a grapevine, above ground. But something walked around this and stepped up on the bank, but left a really big impression there. And you could see where the toes was, but you could see the rock, where the rock was wet, where the ground had slipped, which makes it pretty much hours old. But you could see toes in it, and it was it's about 3 inches deep into the leaves. And it had, it felt like a hill, had a big arch in it. I try to, feel for that arch and prints, and try to rule out things. Because there's black bear in the area, but I've not seen them enough to see enough of their footprints, to track them, paw prints, whatever. I've not seen enough, but I know they're around, but I've not seen many. But Max and I had it all that night. We got everything. Found a good print. That black mass we was staring at, all those orbs and lights. And, what I could only call drunken woodpeckers and barred owls. They was real barred owls and woodpeckers going on, but whoever's mimicking, whoever's trying to duplicate it was doing a bad job. But that was pretty crazy. Craziest weekend I ever had. It really was. So you have to bring that aspect into it, that the orbs can go along with it for sure. I've never seen them before. I found a few on videos before that I've done in the past, but nothing like this. But I guess it was I guess we could go on to my encounter if you want to. When I had an encounter, you want to go to that. You want to go to when I had a visual and an experience, I guess. We can go over to that if you want to.
That sounds great. We need all the information you can give us, every encounter, any details you can get us about those encounters. Anything you can give us, every detail is information for everybody.
Okay, I filmed Sasquatch art. August 22nd in 2020, I went out to go film a place I call the playground. And I went out there with intentions to find this place where I find trees, some of them near hairpins, you know, arches and bows. And one thing I want to add, that some of the stuff I document, like big X's and crosshairs in the forest, they are usually forked. One end is forked. They're mostly limbless most of the time. Sometimes they're carried in, most of the time they're pushed over. But I've found a lot like that. You just can't rule it out. Especially when you know the area. And one other thing I find is trees with the root balls laid horizontal over top of young saplings and things like this. I done a video, I don't know, about 4 months ago, and there's three trees laid near horizontal in one place. I think they're mostly locusts, but they got the root ball with them. You know, they got the root ball and they're all laid horizontal nearly over multiple saplings in arches. So that's what they like to do. Okay, I went out there to go film this place because I always find something new. I'm looking for updates also, you know, structure changes and things like that. Because, you know, I film them, I document them, and you never know what might happen. It's always good to have a camera ready. So I usually always do. Okay, August 22nd, I went to Trailhead, and back then got in there pretty early, and kind of got away from the road and the people and the traffic. And as soon as I walked into the forest, you know, I found a couple of suspect things. But this day I had my encounter. This was I probably hiked maybe 4 or 5 miles that day. And I started about 8 o'clock that morning. And this lasted till about 3:30 in the afternoon. Okay, I walk into the forest and I'm going to go back towards the playground area, but, you know, I'm going to get off trail. I'm going to, you know, look for things. So I get in there, I find a couple of suspect things, and I walk through, take a couple of videos, and I come out to where I want to cross the road and go into another section of the park there. And before I cross the road and go into the playground area, I sit down and I'm hearing something. So, you know, I got my camera on the ready. And I keep hearing this, but right before I cross the road, I'm hearing something. So I got my camera ready and I stand up, and a spiked buck walks out. And, you know, it acknowledges me, and I'm standing there smiling at it and filming it. Okay, it was this spiked buck, it was in velvet. So, you know, I documented it. I was done with my break and I crossed the parkway. All right, as soon as I cross the parkway and I get into this section of woods, I'm on a trail. And it looks like something like me has walked through there. The way the weeds are, it just looks like somebody walked through there. But this is stealthy like walking. I mean, I just cross the road, go by the trailhead, and as soon as I go into the forest, I find this. Okay, I start tracking. I start following these weeds that have been, you know, look like they've been stepped on. I start following these weeds, and I come out and find a lizard on a limb, on some limbs there where I was walking. And this is an eastern newt. It's a really pretty red color. And I've never seen one. That looked like it had been placed there. Okay, I filmed this lizard I never seen before. And it's a real pretty red. And it looks like it's been placed on this big limb. It's, you know, on the ground. And I film it, and, you know, I acknowledge it. And I go on a little bit more. I don't know if it was May-apples or not, but there's 2 weeds laid off to my right that look like they've been chewed off. But they're just laying in there was just 2 of them, but they was laying side by side. And it don't look like deer would do that. It looks like the end of these plants have been bit off and just laid off to the side of this. Okay, I acknowledge this, you know, and I keep on going towards the playground area. And I get on back there to where this part of the park, it just drops off. We're talking about the Eastern Continental Divide. And it's where this is where the water splits two ways. And it's, you know, most of the parkway runs along the Eastern Continental Divide. But anyway, right there, it just drops off steep for hundreds of feet, an elevation drop. And most of it's 45 degrees and some of it's 90. That's what it is. But, you know, it's all wooded. All this place is wooded. It's probably been growing, most of it's probably been growing about 80 years. So it's, you know, pretty thick forest. And it's, you know, got all the native trees in this area there. Okay, I get going towards, you know, what you call the drop off, or about where you gotta have ropes to get around. And I get back in there, and I think I find a pretty good footprint. It looked pretty convincing to me. And I filmed this footprint. But, you know, I got a presence over me that, you know, I'm on the trail of something. And it looked like a left footprint that was clearly in the mud, you know. And you could see where there was a fern. That fern was bent in a 90-degree angle at the bottom of it. And you could almost make out toes. And this track was probably, I don't know, about 8 inches long, maybe about 3 inches wide, maybe, yeah, 3 to 4 inches wide. And I end up finding a couple of more. And while I'm filming this, you can hear something to my left scurrying down through the bushes. Now, something moves when I'm talking on video, which happens often. And, you know, by this time, a fog has come in, and it's can't see too good. You know, the fog was setting in out there, and this is around 10 o'clock and I don't know, maybe 11 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. But I found some pretty convincing footprints, but nothing to convince me, you know, because I've not seen them, you know. I've not seen enough to really know. And then you got to rule out bear now. For me, I got to rule out, you know, tracking everything. But anyway, I turn to my right, which would be going south. Okay. You know, because I just got cliff. Back through the park, and you know, I go looking for more sign, and you know, I found a few more things, and I end up walking, I don't know, maybe a mile or more, filming, walking and looking for this one particular place, and end up going about to the end of the park, and I make a circle, and I come back down. Pretty much make a loop altogether. But, you know, I'm walking in circles and filming and looking for things the whole time, documenting things. Well, as I get back down to where I was going, or where I was, about where, you know, I turned away from the slopes, I get back on the trail of something. And a lot of these limbs that I was noticing looked like they'd been stepped on. I mean, they was snapped and broken. And I come across a snake in this trail. This snake looked like it was placed there. Okay, I filmed this snake. And, you know, I try to respect nature, and they'll let you film them, but it seems like animals know when you're filming. They really do. It seems like they know. But I filmed this snake, and as I'm filming it, I get a big snap to my right. Wasn't too far in the woods, but I couldn't see what it was. So I film this snake, I document it, and you know, I'm pretty much being flanked, I'm thinking, because I had a presence the whole time when I was in there. And during my videos, you could tell it in my voice, you know. I found a pretty good track, and, you know, I'm on a trail or something. But anyway, I start going back down through the woods, and I end up about where I turned away from the slopes and the steep cliffs. I come done a more or less a loop and almost come out to the same spot. And this is about, you know, the same spot where I walk into the forest. All right, I get to an opening in the forest just a little bit, and there's a big white pine that was pushed over or blowed over. It was slightly uphill just a little bit, and there was quite a bit of weeds in this area because where that probably 100-foot tall white pine had fell over, so it left a little place, a little void in the canopy for the vegetation to grow. Well, as I'm, you know, about ready to go back to my car, I see movement. I see movement. So, you know, I got my camera and I start filming, but it's a doe deer. There's a doe deer at 12 o'clock directly in front of me at about 30 yards. Okay. I acknowledge the deer, and, you know, I'm starting to film it. I'm starting to film this doe deer. It's still, you know, a pretty good long ways. Okay. As I'm filming right over top of this white pine and this little green section of weeds and stuff. Anyway, that doe deer, she sees me and she runs down there. She don't really run, she just trots off. You know, I can see her whitetail. She trots off and she joins two more deer about 15 yards away. And they trot about 15 yards and stop and look back at me. So I was filming this one deer at about 30 yards. I'm sorry if I got that wrong. The doe deer, at first doe deer was about 30 yards. And whenever she trotted away, she trotted about 15 yards and met up with two other whitetail. And, you know, I see them, I see their tails, and they go down there and stop. Okay, I filmed this, and I squat down to look at the footage. And I squat down just outside of this little thicket of weeds, and I look at the footage, and it's about 18 seconds, 14 or 18 seconds. And it was, you know, pretty good distance on a cellular phone. So, you know, I just delete it. I delete the footage, I think, or later. Okay, as I'm squatted and looking and reviewing this footage, I don't know that about 15 yards in front of me in the top of this white pine that the forest was going to erupt. Okay, as I'm standing up, and about as soon as my knees locked, I got a camera in my hand, right? It's about as soon as my knees lock, about 15 yards in front of me, in the top of this white pine, the forest floor erupts. I mean, it erupts. You could compare it to some of these snares, these net snares they put in the forest that, you know, lightning fast. That's what it sounded. Just heard leaves just erupt. And, you know, I got my camera in my hand, right? And I'd been filming right over top of this spot right before that, you know? But whenever I stand up, that's when the forest floor erupts. Okay, if you're looking at a clock face from about, if you're looking at 8 o'clock on a clock face, that's the direction it went, to my left. I saw the weeds just start folding. I mean, folding. And, you know, I was kind of ready, but not ready enough. But these weeds start just moving at a blur almost. I mean, this thing took off like a greyhound. I mean, it did. I mean, that fast. And I've told other people that, and I'm going to still say that. It took off like a greyhound, and it sounded like a wrecking ball going through the forest. And what I did see when I see this blur going through the weeds is something about 2.5 foot tall, maybe. I could see legs, very stout looking legs, and what could only just call it an ass, a hairy ass. Let's call it that. But I do see this. It's probably, I'd say the legs were shorter than me. They were shorter than my legs, but the hip area was wider than me. But this I'm going to call it a Sasquatch ass, was very, very muscular, and the legs was very, very thick. I probably saw it for a total of 2 seconds from mid calf to maybe, I don't know, just a little bit of its quarter side. That was about all I could see. But this was a real pretty color. This was a rusty red color on this animal. It was a rusty red color, and it looked like it was 3 or 4 inches long, and it looked like hair now, and it was very, very clean looking. It had a sheen, it had a luster to it, which I don't understand for something that just come out of sound like it come out of the forest floor. But all this is going on all at one time, and I'm trying to film it, and I do get audio during the encounter, or also get probably infrasound where they zap my device. It's a nauseating frequency that I didn't hear. Okay, I see this, and I don't, shot of the century, right? I don't get it on video. It was just too fast with my camera in my hand. And this thing goes off, in an 8 o'clock position like a wrecking ball. I mean, that's what it sounded like. It was steady crunch, but I mean, it was heavy. It was a heavy crunch. And I probably heard this crunching for about 7 to 9 seconds. And about that time, at my 6 o'clock, if you're looking at a clock face, the forest floor erupts again. The same thing. I hear probably 15, 20 yards behind me. I hear the leaves just from the forest floor erupt again. And I hear the same thing going off very steep cliff, but it's probably going at a 6:30, 7 o'clock position. But it runs off this steep slope at it had to be going down at an angle. But all this happens just like that. Both of them erupt out of the forest, and both of them sound like a wrecking ball for 7 to 9 seconds, and I'm standing there. Just realized that I was in between 2 creatures. One of them I did see now. I'm going to call it a half a sighting, but it had to have been on all 4s. Okay, I'm standing there, and the first thing I thought is, oh no, you didn't get it. I didn't get the footage, and I'm kind of in a bad place. I feel like I've violated this area almost, but I wanted to go down there and look at the forest floor and see, if it was bedded down or whatever it was. But my intention was I was going that direction anyway. It was the way back to the vehicle. I come back about to the same spot that I come in on, and I was, going out of the forest. So about where I lost sight of this creature, I start filming, and I filmed for about, I don't know, about a minute and a half. You know, I'm scanning everything, but you know, I'm not running. I'm not panicked, not at all. And I quit filming for about 90 seconds, and I start filming again. And you know, I'm scanning, trying to see, you know, where this creature went. And as I was filming, as I was documenting that, you know, I'm running the camera now, you know, I'm not going to turn it off. And as I'm getting back towards the road in the park area, I've filmed about a total of 6 minutes. And while I'm filming, you can pick up what sounds like a siren or somebody flicking on and off an emergency siren or a horn of some kind. I'm kind of ruling out that it was somebody. It'd have to be in the parking area because it didn't sound like it was moving. But I got two it sounded like somebody flicked an ambulance siren on and off. But there was two different sounds, and both of them kind of sounded familiar. And I was just thinking it might have been where those two split. They might have been trying to communicate. But anyway, I filmed. I filmed there for a total of like 6 seconds. So, you know, I'm pretty excited, you know. I'm on my way out of the forest, and I don't have no cell service in there. You know, the first thing I was going to do was call somebody and tell them. That was my first intention, was to tell them what I saw. So I get back to the vehicle back at a trailhead where I got service, and I call this girl I was seeing in Ohio. I tell her what I saw, and she tells me, you know, she goes, well, you know, they got young ones, right? I'm like, yeah, I know that. But, you know, I told her what I saw. I also called Matthew and told him what I saw. And I also called another guy out in California. He's in Southern California. I also called him because the hair color I saw was kind of close to mine, but it also was the same hair color as this guy. And so I called 3 people, and I told them what I saw right off the bat, just as soon as I got service. You know, and I was pretty elated that day. And you know, a lot of this I have documented. I've got that whole day on video. I film spider webs and hear things. But when I was filming that snake, you know, I got a big loud pop to my right. It was something, I think, flanking me right before I had this encounter and visual. You know, I did see something, but it was, you know, maybe 2 seconds, and that was it. But, you know, the hair on this was really thick, it looked like. It looked really thick. I didn't see any skin. I didn't see no skin of no kind. I'd like to think it's a female. I don't know. I really don't know. I'd go 60-40 on that. But it was really pretty color. What I did see was a really pretty rusty red color. It was shiny. It had a gleam to it. It really did. But you know what I did see was clearly a butt. It didn't have no tail on it, but it was very, very muscular. I mean, bodybuilder looking muscular. And so were the legs. This creature had to have been on fours, moving on all fours, because I didn't, you know, that was about all I saw. I didn't see the top half of this creature. I didn't see it. But, you know, I did get some, me talking to the camera saying, oh no, you didn't get it, softly to myself, because, you know, I missed that shot to catch it on camera. But, you know, that's how quick it happened. I had my camera in my hand. I was just 2 clicks away from video, you know. That's how quick it happened. So I did have an encounter. I had a visual. And I'd like to add that what I saw was probably a young one, and that could have turned out ugly. I've also told several people about this encounter too. You know, I got know a lot of people in the YouTube community. I told them, you know, I share my things. I follow other people, but you know, anything I can share, I will. Because, you know, I'll put it right out there. I don't, no problem. But you know, that was an encounter nonetheless. And I'll get you guys that video, that audio during it's all, I'll put it up on YouTube, but it's on the auxiliary channel. Because I think that audio during the encounter, those 7-8 seconds, is the best piece of evidence I got. Because what I heard, I didn't hear with my ears. I didn't hear it. But my device did pick it up. Because you can hear me saying, "Oh no, you didn't get it." You know, and I say that softly. Also, that file in my phone was juggled till around 10 or 11 o'clock that morning. And I didn't know, you know, it was a few days later till I found that audio. And, you know, I remember when it happened, but the timestamp was wrong, but I don't remember hearing that. But you could hear snapping and popping going on when I was filming this, just 7 to 9 seconds. And I don't know. That's about all it is with that. But I think I kind of lost an interest after that. I mean, as far as, you know, going out and driving hundreds of miles and hiking dozens, hundreds of miles, I've you know, don't have the same drive for it, I don't guess, because, you know, all this is around me. But, you know, I still go out and hike, and, you know, I see all these things, and I document these things whenever I go hiking. I usually don't stay on the trail, and I kind of like to go where it's not crowded. But, you know, I've documented some crazy things. Even back in December, I filmed a big crosshair that I think was it was approximately 40 by 40. You know, it could have been nature, but the fact that there's another one within a half a mile that looks deliberately constructed, you just can't rule it out. But I think in December, I found the biggest X structure I ever found in my life, man. I took rough measurements on it, and it was probably 20 foot to the apex, because I'm about 6'4", and from where I looked, you know, I made a spot on a vertical tree there and went back and looked. That's a rough estimate, but that's the biggest thing I ever had. Biggest find, I guess, I've had recently. But they love their X's and they love their log constructs. They love their X's, and they like them forked a lot of time on both ends or one end. Most time the forked ends are vertical or on a diagonal lean. And the root ball thing, I found that in like 3 areas I've researched and hiked. Root balls in trees. Sometimes they're fresh, sometimes they're not, but that's what those guys like to do around this area. You know, you always got the arches and the bows and your little glyphs and teepee structures. You know, I don't ever find many of those teepee structures, those wigwam top things. I don't find many of those. I have, but you got to always rule out people, especially for near trails or roads. You know, you got to rule out children or whatever. You just never can tell. But sometimes there's things that people just can't do unless you got a couple of guys and some ladders and scaffolding. That's a fact. There's some things that people wouldn't do. But it seems like, seems like when I go out, it seems like they know that when I'm coming or whatever. A lot of these places I go, a raven will give me away before I get parked sometimes. It's like they're watching. A raven will give me away. And as of late, I've been seeing a red-tailed hawk in the area. The last 2 times, well, two out of 4 times I was out, I saw this red-tailed hawk, and it looked back at me. One time I do remember. But the ravens always fly over and signify, especially one place I go, because it's just one road in and out, and it's dead end. But I guess that's it. I'm gonna take a restroom break and wait for some questions and let you guys chat some. And I'll take questions or what have you. I'll run on for a little while. There might be more questions.
Yeah, we have a lot that we want to talk to you about, but we're going to go ahead and just talk about other things right now. Let you take that bathroom break.
Okay.
But and we're going to Late Tracker, he's going to take one. We're going to get something to drink, but we got a lot to discuss. And photos, we still got those photos we got to get to, and we got to talk about those too. Okay, so so everybody, we're gonna take a little break. Stay with us. We're not going anywhere. Talking to chat. Get your questions together. Let's go ahead and put those up. And when Parkway returns, he'll see the questions. We can put that up. But we also got some photos that we need to post, and we'll show those to you in just a little bit, and we'll discuss those as well. So like and subscribe, and we'll be back. Go ahead and take a break, and we'll be right here waiting on you. And if anybody wants to even have a conversation about anything that this topic pertains to, put those questions up.
Okay.
Now I have a whole bunch of notes that we're going to be going over also. If you've been with this channel for a while, you know that with these interviews, there's always some little bit or something that somebody might have missed, and we have a lot of trackers on this channel. We also have a lot of viewers who's been with us for a while, and I know that whenever we show those photos here in just a little bit, a lot of people from this channel will know what we're looking at and what we're looking for. We got some important photos to show you in just a minute. They all come from Parkway. We have a couple. We're just going to match up and show Parkway that we understand exactly what he's talking about. We've seen these things as well as our trackers. Some of our trackers have had to put some predator Bigfoots down. They had to make their kills because the Bigfoots were attacking either a family or were around schools and housing, an apartment complex. Also, we have another tracker here, Tracker C, who's had a very close as far as distance wise. He turned around, he was fishing, and when he went to cast, the The plug got caught in the hair of the Bigfoot's chest, and he was around the size. Tracker C is about 6 foot something, and he was just under the belly button of the Bigfoot. So let's get some questions up if you have them. I see a couple, and I think we may have missed a couple. And then we're going to get to our questions with you, Parkway, and then we're going to put the photos up. And Charles, we made you a moderator, and thank you for doing that. We do appreciate that. And CT, thank you again for the translation. I'll run back through if I can see any questions. I mean, I have seen some, but let me run back through. Parkway, if you've seen any questions that need answers. Parkway, Tracker C says, are tridents always synonymous for Bigfoot activity in that area that you find them? Where the tridents are, or did you say the tridents, or did you say like the forked?
Yeah, the X forks. Forked X's, yeah. They got split ends on them. The X's, they're not all necessarily vertical. Most of them are. I find a few horizontal and some on angles, but a lot of them have that fork in the end. It's just something I see it on other channels too, but it's really synonymous around here. That way you can rule out Mother Nature, you know, a lot of time, especially if it's been imported sometimes.
Tracker C also says, Parkway, it seems you must interrupted a hunt for the deer, or that's what it sounds like, bro.
I don't know. I've thought about that, but it was about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon in the daytime. I don't know. It's very possible. It really is.
There was also this sequence of different critters there to see what are you interested in, what will catch your eye. Is it red? Is it this? Will a snake? Will it that?
Yeah. I
Sometimes
filmed all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost as if I was being gifted or lured into the woods, you know.
They
Kind of does.
Tennessee says, you seem like a big outdoors person. Is there a year you stopped solo camping?
I didn't camp out last year at all. Solo. I didn't.
Will you please explain what it feels like, what it felt like to you to be zapped?
That first time, I guess it was in 2019. I think I said that. I was extremely paranoid, sweaty, disoriented. You know, enough to, I couldn't find my vehicle, you know. I couldn't find it. It's either up, you know, there's a bank, and where you're parked, it's up or downhill. And when I left my vehicle, I went down the hill to go up this bank to go film this area where Matthew had his sighting at. But I drove around in 3 circles. I mean, deliberately, just so, you know, so I wouldn't be tracked. Because I didn't feel too welcome in there. You know, I just walked up in the bank and started filming. I've done been in there a couple, 3 more times. And I don't know if it's the second or third time I went back in there when I was filming. There was a big log in there. It was busted in half that I documented. It was busted in half. So I don't know if I peed in there or not, but I think I did that day or the day before or 2 or 3 weeks earlier. But I think they zapped me. because whenever I was filming, you could hear a whole lot of insect life and birds chirping. And about when I get up to where I find where this structure had changed, on the audio, you hear a limb snapping. You get 3 little clicks, like, I don't know if you could pick that up, but it's like just like that. And after that, the forest does get pretty quiet, and that's where I, you know, getting that feeling I was being surveyed. But you know, I've still filmed it, but I'm filming this and didn't realize of the changes that happened in there. But like I said, you know, I filmed this place and went off the bank and started walking up a hill, and I didn't see my truck. And I turned around, went back down the hill, and saw the power line that runs through there. You know, I'm sweating bad too. I want to add that I was sweating. And I walked back up a hill and finally got my vehicle within scope. And so, you know, I get my vehicle and I take off out of there, and you know, I end up calling Matthew. But I drove around in circles just in case I was being tailed, you know. Wasn't really in that hurry to go home, but yeah, paranoid, disoriented, definitely. Is either up or downhill. And I couldn't find my way to my truck, man. That was that's pretty crazy. But I didn't pick up anything odd on the audio besides those 3 clicks. 3 clicks, and you know, and the forest does get quiet. Aside from one mosquito flying in front of me, you can hear the forest. You can hear the forest change. You could hear it change in there. But that's a little bit off the mountain, as you say, and they're probably more coveted hunting grounds in that area, because the language, the structure builds, and the constructs in there scream out authority and aggression to me. Just what I see, because I see a lot of splintered snaps, you know. I've seen trees that look like they've been punched. I've seen trees that looks like they've been pressed, and they're split laterally, long ways. And I got to rule out nature on that. You know, I've talked to other people that kind of know, and that's usually an authority or dominant trait right there, is when they hammer punch or squeeze a tree and make it split like a pineapple almost. That's something I see that you can't rule out. But it seems like it's aggressive down in that area, down off a mountain more. Seems like it's king of the hill here. That would be the best hunting grounds. Be around the park for sure. That's top of the mountain, and it's a good place. You know, they can run off them cliffs, and that's it. A dog wouldn't track them, really. You couldn't really track them. They run off those cliffs and those steep ravines. You're not going to, you know, I see trails that lead off down into there, but it's, you know, it's not feasible. It's not safe to go off some of that. And forest floor is real loose. You know, the topsoil, there's not much topsoil. You just slide a lot. But that's one thing I find in this area, is those big X's with split tips, big log X's. I'll take another question if you want to read one off.
We discussed this for our viewers. We discussed this next question this morning in the morning tracker talks, but for those that weren't there, could you, Parkway, could you explain this next question or answer this next question?
Oh yeah. Oh, I've never really left any gifts. I never have. That's one thing I've not done is leave gifts out in the forest or any food of any kind. I've never done that. It seems like the only time I had some apples and something, I'd forgot them, and that was 3 or 4 years ago. But I did have some pine cones I thought about leaving in a structure, but I still got them here. But I've never left any gifts or left any food out for any animals. And I think that's a good thing because it don't seem like it never turns out well for most people in one way or another. Bad karma or well, it'd be a dead expense if you ask me, you know. It's you don't want to go against Mother Nature and her ways. You know, if some deer were starving, that would be different, but you don't want to alter nature and her balance, or I don't, but no, I've never gifted or done any of that.
Scarborough Sasquatch asks, did you notice any interdimensional activity or telepathic communication?
I don't know about the internet. I guess that might not as far as a dimensional activity, maybe that I don't know. Let's see. As far as that goes, I think it was back in the winter. I went back, you know, to go back to where I had my encounter, and it ended up foggy like usual where I go. And I walk into the forest, and you know, I walk away from the trail and the trailhead, the parking area. I walk back in there in the fog and stuff, and I end up on the trail. I really did. I ended up on the trail, back on the trail. And I don't know how this happened. It wasn't where I was disoriented in the fog or whatever, but for some reason, I'm going one direction and I come out the other direction and hit the trail. You know, I know where I'm at, but you know, it's rainy, it's foggy, you can't hardly see. And I go back to trailhead, back to the parking area. That was something that happened that I really don't know how I got back on trail. It's like I got flipped and come right back onto the trail, which I obviously just walked directly away from. It runs north-south and I went east. So, but
That exact same thing happened to me.
The telepathic communication, I'd probably have to say no on that. But it seems like every time I've been out, it seems like they know I'm coming. It really does. Sometimes it really does. It seems like they know I'm coming. I don't really know why, but it just seems like it does. But, you know, I said earlier, a lot of times when I go into these places, there's a raven will give me away. I can tell by its call that it's notifying of a stranger, or maybe not too much of a stranger. But I've never, as far as being around here, you know, I've never been really scared around this area. Never been really scared.
You also have a very strong spiritual connection. You are a faith-filled person, and you have the full armor on.
Yeah, when I got zapped the first time, I didn't. It'll be, I found out that God was real. It'll be 5 years ago in about mid-September this year. It'll be 5 years. I promise you that God is real. And he's right there above. because I guess the most supernatural paranormal thing that ever happened to me was when I was spending time with my father before he passed. And this is kind of a testimony, I guess, but this man was more of a corpse, and I've been praying for God to take him. We're talking about a lifeless man that hasn't eaten probably 2 weeks. He's just shallow, just barely breathing. And I've been praying to God to take my father because that's what he wanted. And I was praying, and I holding my dad's hand, and I asked God, do I have a kingdom in heaven? Okay, my dad's head come off the pillow, and he looked me straight in the eye with his blue eyes. I will not forget it. And he says, you have one. It's what my God spoke through my dad, which was, he was near dead. His head come off that pillow and told me, he says, you have one. And he looked me straight in the eye. And my dad he had dementia, and he ended up getting bone cancer, but he wasn't capable of doing that. And that day forward, I know that God was real. My sister and my niece witnessed this. But that God answered my prayer that I have a kingdom in heaven. So people, there is a God, and he's real.
Sure.
And his word is true. In the Bible, it's corrupted and mistranslated as it is. That's the only truth we've got to navigate in the devil's sea of lies. I'll say that. But as far as something paranormal, it was that. That was the greatest thing. And I know after that day that God is always watching, and he is real, and he answers prayers. Definitely. God can eradicate demons, and he can heal bones. I've heard testimonies to this. So yes, there's a God, and this is a spiritual battle too. It's kind of what brought me down this path was kind of a fascination of this subject, as well as talking about the giants of old. And a lot of this stuff is in the Bible. A lot of our answers are in the Bible. A lot of them are. And I'm new at being a Christian. I don't really follow a religion or whatever, but I do come outside and I talk to God. I talk to him because he feels our frequency, and he's everybody's father. And it seems like I'm into this topic or whatever, but it all comes back to Christianity in the Bible. It really does. You can talk about the six-fingered giants, with their double rows of teeth. Those things are in the Bible from, the sons of Anak. And if you go over the Genesis 6, a lot of our questions are right there, and it's in the Bible. And I don't trust science at all. I don't trust science because science can't explain some of the things that we deal with. It don't. It really don't. But that's why I'm in this group, and I really like this family. But I'll stop at that. I'll take another question.
Honored to have you. We're honored that you're with us. Let's find another question.
I'm just glad I didn't get emotional about the part with my father, because it usually does, but this time it didn't. And maybe, it's like a testimony. So you got that. That God told me I have a kingdom in heaven through my father. that's real.
Sure is. Thank you for that. And I guarantee you that hit all the right ears. Uh, question?
I believe Lead Tracker E has a couple of questions and comments for you, and I also have one, or I mean, I have some for you also. So, but I'll let I'll have Lead Tracker E have her parts, and I'll do mine, and then we'll get to those photos too. We need to talk about those also.
With we do know the tip of foam earplugs, the kind you wear when you're shooting. They help with infrasound, and also when you get the DVD, or you may have heard it on some of our other lessons about the mine protection technique to help with the disorientation and what happened with the getting zapped. And I know exactly what you're talking about. Same thing. I was walking one direction, small piece of woods. It just, how could it be that I was walking out when I was walking in? And I wish now that I had paid attention to the time, had some kind of time, which, if, to know if I had lost it within there. You were talking about that they were down in the creek. Yeah, they will stand down in the creek and just peer over like this. That's all that has to stick up. So if they'll be right down in the bottom or half buried in the bottom and standing, and they can just look all day long. They used to do that at some property that I had. The orbs were the decoys while they surrounded you from around on this time with Max. The orbs that you saw, and when you could see, it looked like they were merging and separating. The way the Bigfoot stack up, you might see one eye, that's why they look like they're going apart and coming back together. They could be stacking up back behind the trees. How did Max respond to the incident? Did he leave early for a reason, or did he always intend to stay? And then how did that last day go for you once you were by yourself?
Oh, okay. Let's see. Max was there 2 nights. He left he left after the second night, and I think he was getting sensory overload, he said, was what he got. I think he's, was a little bit spooked, but he talked like he was getting sensory overload because, I wanted him to go out there and film and do his thing. I done filmed all this stuff. I just want to go up there and camp and, go out with a researcher, go out with somebody, because I've always been out alone, I've always done this stuff on my own. And if you ask anybody to go with you and film you, well, that's, they already think you're crazy, so it's not going to really matter. But the next day after Max left, I went down there to look at the source of those orbs, and I couldn't find anything. Only thing, was down there was moving spring water and amphibulite rock, and that's it. There was no explanation. But the homeowner, or the landowner there, he's seen them too. He's seen them a night buck deer disappeared, which would make the second that disappeared that was clearly dead up Booger Holler. But the next day, I looked for the source of those orbs, and I never could find them. So I went around and filmed some more. And I found some stuff I hadn't filmed before. And I ended up backing my vehicle up in there and playing music for him, I guess, that next day. And I backed my vehicle up as far as I could go, facing the speakers towards the mountain, and played a lot of drum music and just see if I could get any reaction. But I went hiking and stuff like that day, and that night I was there. I kind of went to sleep a little bit early, but woke up and it started raining, and I had my windows down in my vehicle, had the roof open, and I woke up, and I got a pretty heavy presence, and so I went up, got my phone, and turned on the night vision. I went up to the tree line about as far as I could go where I was feeling this presence, and started doing deer huffs, doing like that into the forest, being a little bit brazen, I guess. And I started to film this and actually caught an electrical type zap on my phone that I didn't hear, that my phone picked up. It's on my channel. If you listen to it slow, it sounds like a crack off a whip that's electricity. But it didn't hit me, but I think 2 times, they've zapped my device, my phone, other than me. But maybe I'm covered that way because in 2018, I hadn't met Christ or God, the Father. But 2 times, I'm pretty sure they've zapped my device, and you can pick it up. But, it was dark and it was raining that night, but I didn't know I picked up that zap till later, until I was reviewing the footage. But the whole time me and Max was having electrical issues, and that later that it was early that morning, I woke up and it was rain and stuff hitting in the vehicle, and I went to turn my switch and my battery was dead. It wouldn't, I could barely put up my window, the battery was a little bit low, but I'd started it, stopped it enough, to keep the battery up, I thought. But the next morning, my battery was dead. So the landowner, he wasn't too far away, and I called him, and, this was his property, and he come up there and jumped me off, and I told him all the crazy things that happened up there, man. I told him about the lights and the orbs and, the woodpeckers, the owls, the footprint. I showed him a video of the footprint. And, I've only been back up there 1 time since, just look for changes. But the biggest structure that I saw that was in that particular place was, it was gone. It was flat on the ground. I don't know if they didn't like where, Max maybe went in there and filmed. I really don't know, but it wasn't 3 months later, after we camped up there, the biggest, grandest structure was flat on the ground. You could barely, I could tell where it was at, but it seems like it was flat on the ground. But this place where all this occurred, I've worked up there for multiple days, So no doubt we was being watched, up there. Whenever we was working in the trees, doing all this. Because, why wouldn't they? That was pretty crazy.
I wanted to tell you the sighting you had of the Bigfoot behind. That was one that I had too, but I didn't know that's what it was at the time. I thought it was huge, like a I walked across. I was in a little Chevy Equinox with someone else, and all I caught, it had crossed the road and it was going into a little patch of wood, same color, like a cinnamon color, the color of dead pine needles, but it was shiny like that, and the description was almost identical. So same breed, I guess, in that area. But what's in your area is larger than what's come down here so far.
Yeah, it seems like red is pretty prominent here in the south.
Mm-hmm.
And I've heard they're more aggressive. I don't know, but that's what I've heard. But it was, pretty close to my hair color there. I mean, really close. It was. Probably prettier, though. I mean, it did have a sheen and a gloss. And it's definitely hair, about 3 or 4 inches long. And it was clean.
I'm sorry. The big black mass that you saw was on the left side and the death side. Just thought that was of note because that's something we talk about in the tracker meetings also.
Okay. Yeah, it was a strong presence coming from there. Max went up there and he looked around. But you couldn't tell. I mean, the ground was pretty flat on both sides. It was behind a really tall laurel bush, but you couldn't tell. But yeah, it was to our left. Yep. About a 10 o'clock position. We was sitting in the vehicle. We say the front of the vehicle would be 12 o'clock. Yeah. But, we'd stare at it, till you just about, you can't stare in the dark unless you move your eyes around, you go, it makes you crazy.
Have you noticed any drop-in pops, and have you seen any activity around your house or anything like shadow figures, anything that seems odd there at your home?
I missed the first part.
Drop-in pops, those are the things that the sharpened bones or stones that they will put behind tires or in front of tires or around something you'll go over, and your tire will drop down on top of a sharpened object and it'll pop your tires out there. They will do that sometimes after you've parked, or if you've got a narrow area you've got to go through. You may not have seen us talk about those yet. But we've come out after being in a trail, and they do it to flatten your tires so you're stranded.
I've seen a lot of those, those stakes in the ground. I started noticing them about 2 years ago. I just find, sticks a few inches in the ground. Just, sometimes you could tell that they wasn't fresh break off a tree above, And to begin with, I was finding them in threes. I'd find 3 sticks in the ground. And some of them would just, they're got a half a twist in them. I just can't see them landing vertical, like that. Some of them really don't. And as of this year, I've been noticing a lot of those sticks like you're talking about along trails. A lot of them, game trails. And I've been finding a bunch with little Y sticks. And I've even found them mashed with the Y down in the ground. Back in December, I found some that was down in the ground like that. And I think I found like 5 or 6 one day around trails, game trails. Some of them just good. Yeah. Oh yeah. All these places I document, I'll see those sticks. A lot of them. Especially now, I see them more. But sometimes you'll see trees that are broke off that way, not just sticks in the ground. I filmed a place back in the winter that had about, I don't know, a dozen trees broke off about the same height. near a game and hiking trail. It was a bunch of them. Just couldn't be happenstance, you know. There's just no way. But I've been seeing those, you know. I guess that's for scent markers and stuff.
And have you noticed any smells and also any activity there at your home?
You know, I haven't never got any smells, even during my encounter. I didn't get no smell. You know, I was probably 15 yards from this creature when it took off. You know, I want to add I didn't get no scent from that. The only time it seemed like I got some odd scent was the place I filmed a whole lot of things out there. I got like a floral type scent, a flower in the wintertime when it shouldn't be no flower type scents. A flower or a bloom or a blossom. I just couldn't ID it, but I have got a scent like that in the past that I really couldn't identify. And it shouldn't have been nothing blossoming or blooming during that time at all. And that's just something I think odd.
That's one of the scents that we talk about in the DVD. Floral or perfume scent is one of them, along with no scent, a fresh pine where there aren't any pines around, and then that raunch, sewer wet dog, dead spider, snake, you know, just funky scent also. There are others, but those are the main scents. Oh, and frankincense and myrrh. For the floral and the candy, I guess it would depend. It just sweet scent. Someone even said like Skittles. Jerry, I'm sure, has comments and questions. And then we have photos too.
Okay, we got one more question. It seems like from Scarborough. If we can get this answered also.
Yeah, Scarborough. I do see rock stacks sometimes. In some places, like in Booger Holler, I see them. But, you know, I don't know if that's where the farmer's done it or not. I do see rock stacks along trails sometimes, but I think that's people. You couldn't rule out people. You know, like I might be a little overlook or something. Sometimes you'll see a little rock stack, or what do you call them? A cairn? I think the natives use them for trail markers, but no, I've never found anything, you know, that I would say is odd. I found a few rocks out of place that was on top of stumps. It didn't look like they should be there a few times. But as far as stone stacks or nothing, no, not really. Nothing that could have been people.
Some of those oddly placed stones will be near the ambush blinds also, along with weapons. There will be hand-sized or big hand-sized stones ready for weapons also. We ask the trackers all to pay attention to that, or the sharpened stones, things like that. Jerry has things.
I was gonna make a few comments on like the orange haired or the rusty looking Bigfoots. They come in all sorts of colors and sizes. They're calico. Some of them look like they have mange. Some of them are bald. So they come in all different sizes and colors. But that's also where to look for them. The rusty colors will be in the dry leaf looking. The orange will be in the vegetation that looks orange. You'll have some that are called snow, mist, or fog. And these are Bigfoots with these group names. And you'll find them in fog. You know, they do produce the fog from the heat. But you'll also find them during the snow times. And they'll sit outside someone's home or a trail 2 to 3 days, you know, letting that snow accumulate on them. They'll also sit in water also. But they're light colored Bigfoots so that and you'll see them in more wintertime they'll be up close to the house. They'll be the ones moving in. It's the best camouflage. Some of them also look just like sunlight. They can be as yellow as sunlight. You'll look like it's something just standing there, and they're reflected enough to where they look just as yellow as sunlight. So about 6 years ago, you said that you started noticing the change and seeing things like that. And also 5 years ago, you accepted God. You had God do a confirmation for you, gave you the answer, so you knew right away. And something about your aunt with her encounter, was that in the same area as you, or is it a whole different area?
That's pretty close. It's pretty close to where where my grandparents' old place was. Yeah, is where my grandparents and where I grew up, part of my life. Yeah.
You said with the disorientation. Also, do you have DVD, like a Blu-ray DVD, or is it most compatible with just a regular DVD?
Just a regular DVD. I think I got one that works, and I still have a television, but it's been unplugged for 6 years and the screen turned down. I still got it, but, I just kept it to recycle or use for organite parts or something. But yeah, a DVD, that'll work.
Okay, tomorrow, since we're back up and running, we're gonna finish that, and we're gonna change it to a DVD format. That's why I was asking, because we could send one out that's Blu-ray right away, but it's gonna take us at least another day that we send that DVD out to you.
Oh, it's no rush, because I got to make sure the television works and make sure I got a DVD player. Don't think I'm weird, but I severed the life from that scrying mirror about 6 years ago.
We noticed that is a theme among all of us and of all the regular trackers and viewers, is we cut that portal. Very, very selective about what is watched.
And on that part, we was in the DVD. We talk about the mind protection technique, and it's something that we have to practice, and all of our trackers practice it. And I don't know if we went over that in the tracker meeting, but the mind protection technique is when you feel that disorientation, that nauseousness, that frequency, whenever you feel it, the mind protection technique, you have to program your body to do whatever you need done, whether it's I need to pull back out and get back to my car, I need to raise my weapon slowly and fire, or aim and fire, I need to, just back out. Program your body to do that before you use the mind protection technique. Now, the mind protection technique is where you forget about, or you don't think of the past, the present, or the future, and you don't talk to yourself in your head. You got to break every kind of open door connection that you have. And talking to yourself is still an open door. And when that happens, when you do that and get to that state, and we practice it, it's going to be like you're in remote control, or you're just viewing what your body is doing. You already know what you programmed it to do. So when you get in that state, you're going to see, if you told your body and programmed it to pull back and get back to the car, don't try to talk it. Don't try to say, wow, it's working. Just stay in that state of no thinking and just watch your body move back to the vehicle, or watch your body raise that weapon. And it's something to see that, because it looks like you're just looking through windows and watching your body raise its hand And I practice it all the time, whether it's just going to get a glass of water or something. But I watch my body go through the motion, but I'm not thinking at all. So when you get a feeling like that, you can use that protection because no frequency can get into your mind. Your orientation will come back. The sickness will stop. Some people feel giddy or like a drunk feeling also. That will stop. We had trackers use that technique and come back to us where we were at, but that's also in the DVD. And I was going to mention this, but Tracker E, I had already mentioned it, but she also had that same, disorganization or the confusion. She had that also, and I was going to ask her to explain it, but she did. So, and it's something that you went through that and you've had your encounter because that makes you a knower with firsthand experience. And also watch those cedar trees out there. That's the home of the black widow spiders. Bigfoots use them to hide and break their silhouettes up. So expect them to be using those cedar trees. And great observation on seeing the signs of the Bigfoot. And if you can, Matthew or Max, I only heard Matthew really, but he sounds like a great point man for you. And y'all can help each other that way. Let's see. When you had your headlight out at that one outing, you had your headlight on. That's viewable from miles away. And if you was the only one out there, all predators in that area, if they see a light, if they see a fire, or they hear human noises, because human voices attract predators, all predators, that they're coming. Let's see. So they was watching you, and them making the noise and the cracks and everything. That's to generate fear. That's to see if you're a child of God. That's to see if you don't have faith or if you don't feel like you have protection. They're going to try these little things, tree breaks, sounds, roars, things like that to try to get you they're trying to get you to lose your faith. They're trying to get you to question God. And that's the only time they can take you. They're not curious. They have to be very selective because in the Bible it says that if they harm a child of God, they will be plucked from the earth. They do know about spiritual laws, so they have to be very selective. And even whenever they have an encounter with somebody, that if that person is not praying or if that person is just running, they're not asking for that assistance from Jesus, these people can be taken because they don't have faith. They're not trusting in God. So we see that in you. So whenever they were surrounding you and everything, and they were surrounding you, that's what the tree breaks, the calls, the tree, the leaf rustling. They were moving around you and your party, whoever was with you. Whenever the Bigfoots were out there, I don't know if you had any weapon with you, but it sounds like you didn't because of the way they were approaching you. They seen you as no threat, and the troops worked together, but you had juveniles working on your in your area because of the eyesight, because of the orbs and the glow. The pink, the more vicious ones, the pink eyes, the red eyes, and the orange eyes, and the orange is the most vicious. But those are man eaters. Those are the ones who taste the blood. if a human eats another human, it changes them. It gets their mind all infected. Huh? Lee Tracker said it was Kuru that when people eat people, they get this madness, but so do Bigfoots. Once they eat human or man, it changes them also. They do have DNA, but they choose to eat man, and when they do, it also changes them, and their eye colors change also. The juveniles who haven't had that yet, they're still vicious. They still will eat human. They will still eat man, but they just haven't yet. They have light eyes, blue, yellow, green, white, and also they like to get that adrenaline up, and that gets into the blood system. It drives them into a frenzy. Also, I got on here about embankment blinds. Whenever you're around rivers, and also Lee Tracker E was talking about how they will stand up and you'll just see the eyes and the head in the horizon. They'll be in that embankment, but they along the embankments also where that water is, they will have a blind and there'll be brush pulled over it. It'll be a dark spot. It encloses inward. It closes inward, so they'll just push up more dirt. You'll find disturbance in there. If there's a game trail or a small animal trail, you're gonna find a hole about the size of an arm. But they do use the embankment blinds for water. They will set in water. Also, about cooking and camping, if you can, have two base camps. One camp out of the area where you do your cooking, your talking, and everything. Especially if you're doing research. Now your camp that's going to be a little inward. That's where you'll have your game cams facing your camp, your cars, and everything. You're not trying to catch them, but that does deter them so that you can do observations. We also teach bird language and let's see. But also in those banks, we look for tunnels. There'll be trees or at the base or underneath trees. Look for that along the banks. They dig underneath the trees. It's looser soil there. You'll find some caves. And even if you find holes big enough for a dog to get in, look in the very back of it. There's going to be some loose soil there. And it's just like a cupboard. Once an animal gets in there, out of the rain or whatever, they have tunnels behind there. They just pull that open, reach in, grab that rabbit or grab that armadillo, push that back up, and wait for the next. So if you find those, be careful, and you can even stick a stick in there, and you'll see that it'll collapse inward. The Bigfoots, what you'll see in the DVD, we call the Bigfoot Symphony, and they do sound like the owls, the ravens, tree frogs, crickets, any sound out there, coyotes, locusts. And whenever they get together, we call that the Bigfoot Symphony is what we call whenever they all just go quiet at one time. If Bigfoots are in your area, they've already eaten, they will leave a couple of creatures for normality, to see a deer, to hear one cricket that's real, to see one real frog. But they will mimic everything from chainsaws to horns, airplanes. But when they go quiet, that's just all the Bigfoots together going quiet together. So there's no animals in that area. But also in that DVD, we say, hear a bird, find a bird. So whenever you hear a tree frog, find that tree frog. Whenever you hear a cricket, find that cricket. We always have to make sure what we're looking at. The multiple eyes, the offspring, the males carry the offspring, all the smaller ones. So when you're looking at one head or one basic set of eyes, you'll have one here, one here, one here, and they'll be sideways. They'll have their head sideways. They'll have it in every different angle to break a silhouette up to you so that you don't get a perfect shot or a perfect look at a silhouette. They're going to be on top of each other, side by side. One face will be going this way, one face will be going that way, one face will be pointing upwards. But seeing all those multiples eyes shift, you may have been only seeing one eye of this one and one eye of this one that may have raised up, or this one may have opened their eyes. They do that just to confuse, so we don't think we're seeing what we're seeing. So whenever you was out there, I know that you said 5 years ago that you found God. That when you're out there, do you ever say a prayer, or have you ever, to where a Bigfoot may have seen you say Jesus, or did they hear any words of prayer, or see you, looking at the sky or saying words? Have they seen you do that? I'm just asking because they have to be very careful. They do not want to be plucked from this earth for taking a child of God, so they're very careful. People think they're curious, but they're very careful. So if you mention God or Jesus when they were around, they backed off because they seen that presence, but they can also see it in your calmness and how you react out there. The child of God doesn't have fear out there. They know they're going to make it home, or we know we're going to make it home. We know that we're protected. We're coming home. They see that in the way we walk out there, how we carry ourselves out there. So I was just wondering if you use those words to where they heard you.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I usually pray before I go out. Stay quiet for a long time, and usually go out and adjust to the environment a little bit, and have a little quiet time, just to let the shakes from the road and just blend in with nature. Go sit at the foot of a tree and just listen and take it all in for a little while. Have communion with God's beautiful creation. But you had another question there earlier, if I had any activity around my house. Whenever I had my encounter, I ended up going out there maybe a couple more times, see if I couldn't. I didn't go to the exact same spot that day, but I went out there another time and found a root ball about 8 foot off the ground. It was a locust tree with the root ball attached. It was hanging just up by a limb, laying kind of horizontal. And I went back out there another time and found and documented an X structure. Well, anyway, I was, that was August 22nd, and I was on the road to Colorado by the 27th. But I went out there with some elk hunters and went to Colorado out there. And of course, I was looking for stuff out there also. And I think I did find a couple things in Colorado that was suspect. I'm just not, it was managed land by the Bureau. And there's a lot of cattle, a lot of elk, stuff like that. I found some aspen trees that was nearly hairpinned. A couple that was just outrageous, but can't really, rule that out. Anyway, I was in Colorado for about 10 or 11 days, something like that, time we got back. And whenever I got back home, I found behind my house, I found the grass mashed down big time. It didn't look, it couldn't have been bear or coyote. I just, I videotaped this because it was pretty close to my truck where I left my truck. I think I filmed it next to my truck. I don't know, but it was right behind my house. And, the leaves and stuff was still on then. This has been, 2.5 years ago now. And I think they might have put a little structure in behind my house while I was gone. But I've finally concluded that there's a big arch and a bow pretty close to my house. It's about 2 years old also. It's not on my property, but it's where I can see it. And I've looked at it for 2 years. It's a cherry tree, and the base of it, it's probably 2 or 3 inches, but the crown of the tree is about 10 foot away, and it's got a lot of debris on top of it. Tree's still living. And judging by the vertical shoots that's growing on the bow now, it's probably about 2 years. And there's a bow below it that's up the hill that's really small, but I think that tree's dead. So I think that they followed me home. I wore out my welcome, so to say. I was out there 3 times in a week, and before that I was out there, once in a while, but there's just so many places to go and document stuff. I usually don't go to the same place that often, I'll go east, west, or somewhere. And, this year I went north because there's a bridge closed, and found a lot. That's been the greatest find this year, I guess, has been going north of here where the bridge construction is. Big X's, bows, structures, big structures in there. That's another coveted area, I'd say. There must be something big in that area. I found something laid down up there. It's on my Rumble channel. There's a big dimple in the ground. A big old dimple. But I don't know what would make a 40-foot X, But I think they will follow you home, so you gotta be careful. So I guess that's a good reason I've never gifted or done anything like that. If I saw them, it was between 2 or more, which I'm sure there was probably 3 total anyway, at a minimum. I did hear 2 definitely, and thought I had one flanking me. Just it wasn't a couple hundred yards from where I had my sighting. But they will follow you home. The hitchhiker effect is real. I'm pretty much convinced. So I'm, watching around my house, but I don't have to go far to find anything. I can go out here to the New River, find stuff. I can go out here on the Parkway and find stuff. I can go to the game lands over here and find things. But I don't ever go to the same place, all the time. I don't want to, disrupt things. But, whenever you think you've hiked for miles and miles and not find anything, then, all of a sudden you'll find something new or something fresh that you didn't see before. But you got to be careful, You don't, I've never really carried anything home. Besides, I might want to add that the day that I had my encounter, before I crossed the road and I was telling you about that spike buck that I saw, that was in velvet, I think I found its skull several months later in the wintertime, about 3/4 of a mile from the road. I found just the skull. But I found just the skull. I didn't find no bones, no body, and no sportsman would do that. Not around here. They're pretty, it just seemed odd to find a deer skull, a buck deer skull, and no bones. No bones. I think that was the same spike or that same buck I saw that day, because it looked almost identical. It really did. But somebody would have took the horns or took the head, but I just found the head. But I think that was the same spike that same buck that I saw the day before I crossed the road into the other side of the park. So I try not to bring anything home with me. I did bring back that skull, and brought back a feather that I found in the trail about 2 weeks ago. But I've never brought back anything from the forest really. It could be some bad karma goes with that. I thought I found some hair one time on a fence, and I didn't touch it. I filmed it. It looked like horse hair, and it was a dull red color. Looked like a horse's mane. Looked like it come off a horse's mane, but I didn't document it. I didn't touch it. You know, I know that evil spirits can possess inanimate objects, stones, rocks, a wardrobe, you know. So I've never really brought anything back home with me. Aside from a deer skull, you know, which was a pretty good find, I guess. You know, some people just go hunt for antlers, but I think I found the skull of the deer I saw that day, which is pretty crazy.
There will be blinds around your home. It's called adaptation. They're going to interweave. They're going to put one stick up there one day. Next week, they're going to put another twig out, all before this foliage. And I'd say we've probably got a week left till all that foliage really starts coming in. Big flowers or leaves. So check. What we do is use a spiral track, and around the house, we'll just go around the house, and then we'll go a little bit wider if we have to. But that's how we find the tracks, because if we go in a spiral, we're going to hit a track that's around the house. You'll find it if you do that, and then that's where we start to see. But we also look at the most strategic place they would come in, also where the light is not, like the front of a house will have a light out front, but it shoots straight down and it cuts off as you know where the house ends. It'll still go straight, but behind there it's dark, and that's where they'll be coming in. The translucents, they ride home with people. People take them home in their back of their trucks, and we'll show some pictures here in a second. But people take them home all the time. They'll ride on top of cars. They'll even follow people home, go over the mountain, especially if those roads that we're thinking are longer are going. They're just going over the mountain, top of the mountain to watch that car go. Top of the mountain, watch that car go. It's easy for them to follow us home. So we always recommend that at least from wherever you're doing research, make sure you got a straightaway for at least 15 miles and go at least 65 miles, because they can run up to 55, 65 miles and try to keep up with you. But if you go at least 15 miles, you'll clear them. We've had other trackers tell us that they had to go at least 15 before they lost them. But also, whenever you was in the forest with your camera, objects are used as traps also. So do you know where you were being led to? Was you being led to a were you being led deeper into the forest? Were you being led to like a corral area? Did you find like bows in that area? Where you was being led? Because it was, these things were placed along that because you had that camera, and we've had them do that to us with leaves. If we're collecting leaves, foliage, we'll find one stuck in our gate. And there's no way it could have got in there, but and sometimes if we're looking for bones, there will be a perfect skull, or if we're looking for shells or oddities, it'll be placed on there for us. So I was wondering if you were being led into a certain area or a trap or a corral that or where the blinds are. But the way it sounds is they was giving you things to look at, because they control the insects, they control the deer, they control the turkeys, the hogs. And if that's what you're filming, they're going to show you this one. They're going to say, come a little further, come a little further. Sometimes they'll lead you down into a ravine to try to capture you that way. But they're also paying attention to see if you're a child of God also. And they'll always back off if you do that. But do you know if you were going into a ravine or a blind area?
Well, it could have been. you know, about where I, right when I went into the second half of the forest during the day of my encounter, I went about as far as you could walk. And that's when I turned. And that's ironically, you know, after I done the loop, that's where I come back. I almost come back to I did come back to the exact same spot about where I turned, because there was a silver balloon right there. There was a silver balloon in the forest right there. There's a silver balloon, and during my encounter, there was also a white aluminum beer, I guess it was a beer can, but it was completely white, and it was just folded in half, just in the middle, and it was folded and touched. It was old white beer can or just old aluminum can, but it was next to that balloon. So I probably hiked for a mile or two, walked in circles, and come back to the exact same spot where I turned before. Well, you'd have to turn right or left or go off a cliff, you know. That's about it. So I went kind of up the hill, kind of going south to be going towards my right, and went and filmed and walked in circles and come back to the exact same spot. And that's right before right there when I filmed those doe deer. Come back almost the exact same spot, done a perfect loop almost. And that's, I was going out that way. That was, I made a circle and, found exactly where I turned. And you didn't even seen where I walked. And, yeah, looking back on it, I thought it might have been gifting or whatever, but, looking back on it, if I had somebody else tell me it could have, I could have got hurt. That thing was traveling fast. I mean, fast. Probably 35, 40 miles an hour. I mean, like a wrecking ball. That thing could have clipped me like a boar. I mean, really. I mean, it was in the top of the tree. It didn't really have much direction to go. About 180 degrees from where it was at, it would have had to go over that white pine. And it was pretty big. But yeah, looking back on it now, yeah. Feels like I was being baited, being led. But as far as them following me home, of course they're going to follow me home because I've been uploading stuff on YouTube for almost 5 years now. So they've seen me dozens of times, and I'm sure words got around. But I just go film their art. I don't disturb anything. I try not to even break sticks on the ground if I can help it. I just try to be like the rest of the wildlife. I guess they respect that too, But I don't do anything fancy out there. I don't do anything fancy or, I just look like a backpacker. That's it. I don't have paraphernalia and Sasquatch and all that stuff. I might have one t-shirt maybe and a sticker or two, and that's it. You don't want to be profiled. And that's one reason I go to place. I don't want rangers to see me, go in a couple of different vehicles, different times. I've been doing a lot of that even before I met you guys. But yeah, stuff like that could turn up ugly. And I don't want to be terrorized by these people, I don't want my house slapped, but I have been looking around my house more because I'm pretty sure they've tailed me home. They want to know, they let me see them. They let me see that juvenile. So I'm pretty sure that they follow me home. I don't know what would have mashed down all that grass that much. And there was a possum. It was it was part of a possum there too. That was in that grass. And I'd seen it before I left. I'd seen that same possum around. But you could see the head of that possum and bone bits and stuff there. I mean, there's coyotes around, but, coyotes aren't that heavy. But, I can show you where the grass was mashed down. It was, I was pretty surprised when I got back from Colorado and I saw that. And I thought then, they might have followed me home because I wore out my welcome, so to say.
Also, the Bigfoots will guide you or decoy you or herd you into a bigger Bigfoot, and it's always going to be the one on the left. That's the one that gets to hunt. But they will do that. They'll try to get you further and further, or try to get you into a ravine or some kind of trap area. But also, it is getting kind of dark. Are you safe out there in the area you are, where you're at right now, or would you like to go into a garage, or I just don't like seeing people sit out in the dark.
No, I'm home. I'm home. I'm home right now. I'm here all the time.
Oh, okay.
I'm just sitting up here behind my house, away from the road in my vehicle. But no, I'm not. I come out at night and look around sometimes. I usually carry my pellet rifle all the time when I come out. I try to keep there's a few stray cats around. I just keep him scared off. But it's a good thing to look at your property and stuff. I had a thief to hit me last year, and come back 2 or 3 times. The guy didn't live too far from here. But you know what? If I can find a track in the woods, I can find that guy. And I found that guy. I tracked him. Didn't really track him. I tracked him online too, but I used my intuition and got his phone number and asked him what he was doing at my house. And so it's a good thing just to watch your perimeter anyway, because I got hit with a thief 2 or 3 times. He stole a lot of my carpentry tools. And so I've been on guard more since then, But there's structures I can go a few miles and find some pretty I can drive 7 miles and show you just X's, probably a dozen within a few miles. Definitely constructed for the most part, but no, I've never had anything here at the house happen. But that don't mean they've been watching me. That bow, I finally succumbed to the fact that bow is just not natural. It's just 100 yards right over here by the creek. It's not on my property, but it's where I can see it. And it looked like they made a kind of a structure on a chestnut tree here where I'm at too. I didn't see that until the leaves fell off that year when I come back from Colorado. I didn't notice it then, and I just keep looking at it, and you just can't deny it. After a while, it's just like, well, that just ain't natural. I've been documenting all this stuff. It's like, man, I've finally succumbed to the fact that, yeah, they found me. I can't elude them, But as far as, I never felt anything bad around here, though. Nothing. Not the day of my encounter, I just eased out and kept on filming. Went the direction it went. That's the way I was going. And that's about it. I'm not really been scared any.
Good. That sounds great. Also, they can be translucent, like you're talking about, move from tree to tree. It'll look just like a wave, or like the wind's blowing, but they will look just like the trees waving, and they move when the trees move or the wind comes through. They're called blurs, shadows, and glimpses, and also the flying silhouettes. But I have seen the blur, and I know how fast they move, but also they really don't have to move real fast to cause a blur. You can have somebody walk past an open door and be a blur. It's just how quick we're able to adjust or catch it. And if we know that they're there, that blur is a little bit easier for us to catch. But they do move fast. They are called blurs and shadows, glimpses. We've seen that. I just looked like a black shadow just appeared and disappeared. It was just like, that's how fast the blur was whenever we was watching them. They do have smaller legs, and when they're getting into the adult age, out of the juvenile has equal or proportions like a man. They still have the long arms and everything, but it still looks more like the silhouette of a young man until they reach their puberty or their adult, and then the top grows, but the legs stay pretty much the same. They just get thicker and wider. And I was going to also ask Lead Tracker E to tell you about her encounter, but she's already told you about the back end. She has seen the Bigfoot butt, as what you're saying. She's seen that too, and that's what we were going to talk about, but she'd already covered that. So, and there's always going to be more. The Bigfoots that you get to see, they're going to be the pretty Bigfoot, the decoy. They're not going to be showing you the one with the big vicious teeth, the one that's hunting. Also, that we have to also be aware and be observant of the trees, but they can jump up to 50 yards, the bigger ones. They will cause that glimpse by starting their run way out. So by the time they get to you, they're already going 50 miles, 55 miles per hour. So by the time you see them, they're already moving. There's in the forest, there's a deer path or a game trail. There's a human trail, and there's a Bigfoot path. And that Bigfoot path will be lined up between trees. There'll be a diagonal. Once you find it, just look down and you're going to see that there's a whole runway, and that the pine needles are going to be matted down. So when you walk on them, you're going to hear how quiet it is, and they're running also. So they're causing the blur. They have a straightaway. Like us, we don't have a planned route. So we would go over brush, around rocks and everything, but theirs is a straight runway, and you'll find that it'll cross the game trail. If there's no hiking trail, but look for the game trail and just walk it. You'll find that path, and it'll go diagonal. It's not like a normal person would walk straight up. This one comes at an angle. That's also how they disappear real fast. But they jump, they pounce up to 50 feet. So always be aware out there. They will use the trees. And a lot of people will lose their tracks because they either will go under a tree, a fallen tree. They have little holes there. They can go into the embankment blinds or jump 50 yards to lose that track, or they'll use a tree. They'll start climbing trees, wherever that last track is. Look at the back side of those trees, and then you're going to either have to get up or be able to have some binoculars, but just keep looking for that next tree. You'll see which way they're going, and you can use that until it's a long process, but you can use your binoculars to track them that way in the trees until they come back down. Dogs will lose that scent because they'll get up in the trees or they'll make that jump. Yeah, they'll also walk backwards, so be aware of that. Any print will have at least 3 to 4 prints in it. Usually the most heaviest or the best looking one is going to be a juvenile, but if you look at that print, you're going to see the outline of a bigger one. And then but the good ones that you're going to see are inside that one. So always look for that also. We have heard those whistles, those tones, those calls. And there will be one at right before twilight. It's a low whistle. If you're out there, it kind of sounds like that, but it'll be a low tone. You'll hear it right before twilight. They're calling everybody back. Also, whenever you hear a lot of ruckus, the forest acting up, coyotes going off, that's to give the Bigfoots who are close to the encampment or close to the house, if they're going to go closer, that's to cover their sound also. Or if they need to pull back, if y'all have weapons, or if they're I'm not sure, or if you're a child of God, they will pull back, but they will use sounds in the distance to cover that closeness sound there, or that close sound. So expect that whenever you hear coyotes in the distance, expect and know that there's some really close to you. You'll also see that in the DVD. There's the coyote sounds, but right there with the night vision, you're going to see that they're probably 20 feet from us, multiple eyes everywhere in all directions. You'll see that. But they use the far distance to cover the sound for the young ones. The females are the hunters, and you'll find them on your left side. They all have tails. Some aren't visible, but tails can be still in the body. They have serpent DNA and animal DNA, so they will have tails, whether it's visible or not. Some are inside under the skin, and some are like a bear, and then some are actually long like a panther. And for you, you have you don't have to be going out as much as you need to or want to. You on your time, you can do that, but you have nothing to prove. We've seen the structures, we've seen, and we know you, so we know that you've had your encounter. So don't always take a point, man. We know you know. You have nothing to prove to anybody. Just like all of us, we're not out to prove it. We're just helping more people understand what's out there. But you've already went further than a lot of people, and but with being a child of God, you are protected, so we're not worried about you. But we always take our certain precautions, and we're glad that you are. Those X's that you said you found another X a little bit this way, but those X's are perimeter. So you're going to find, if you go further out, it could be 5 miles, 10 miles, but you'll find another X. Whoever or has that hunting area, the X's will be that area will have the outside pole designating that this past there is my area, and we got some pictures of that from you. And but you can tell the one that's on top behind that's their area, and you'll find that because they mark each other's areas. They also use rivers and streams as areas of boundaries from the other Bigfoots. They all have their own sections, hunting grounds. The root balls, they dry those out and they use them for clubs. They'll whittle them down. We have here's one of the clubs. I think we've shown this before, but they will whittle everything down. This is very sharp right here. These are well balanced. And we found bigger ones and smaller ones, but these clubs has been chipped by fingers or scraping, but it comes to a point it's been used before, but all that has been manipulated to form this club. You're going to find all of those out there. When those sticks are stuck in the ground, those are still spikes. You're getting the Y ones. So look at what direction they are. Is it coming from a trail path? Is it like this or like this? It'll give you what direction that trail is, that game trail. They're wanting to cause spikes. There's also some that you'll see it like a tripod. There'll be 3 lines coming down, and that's to cause somebody or an animal. They're wanting to push that animal or to cause something or someone to go in that direction, and that those tripods has a stick here, stick here, stick here. So any direction when you find those, and most of those times that you find those, it's because a person's been in that area for a while, or they've seen this person, they're getting familiar with this person, that this person is going to come this way. So let's set this up. And but if you're a child of God, they will let you come in and get those photos and get out. The ones that's going to be hunting you, or not hunting you, but hunting people, they will approach on the left side. This is called our left side, our west side, or our death side, or our blind side. And that's what it means to become blindsided, is because this side, this eye focuses. This side, the right eye captures the glimpses, the shadows, the quick movement, and this eye focuses, but it doesn't catch the glimpses like the right eye. So this is called our blind side, and it's also called merging with your death side. So the ones that are hunting are going to come on the left side. So always turn away from it or turn right, and you can get out that way every time. Turn to your right and make it out that way. There are decoys that's going to try to coax you back in, throw sticks at you, show themselves. Keep going to the right. You'll make it out every time. Well, I know you will, being a child of God. They will put animals, deer, hang them by their horns. You'll find them in the trees, those bone, almost skeletals in there. And that's all I got on this right now. But I do want to do the photos now and have you explain where these were and what you're seeing. And then we want to show you a couple things, because we looked at the photos also. We want to show you a couple things that you might have missed, just to help you out that way. And do you have anything right now?
Well, I did want to compliment you on just the quality of the way that you've laid out the way you've grouped your photos together, and just your documentation. It's fantastic, and your reports are fantastic. Just compliments.
Okay, we're going to start with some of these photos you sent in. We want to go over these with you, and if you can, kind of give us an explanation of where you found all these structures, and just a little bit of information on how you found them, where you were. You don't have to give locations, just kind of like you were hiking on this day and this is what you came against and this is what you saw, and just kind of give us an explanation of the photos, please.
Yeah, that one right there is I called that a 3-meter earth stake right there. Can you this was beside the road, and that's just a limbless, that's just a big tree limb. It's pretty straight, and it's stuck vertical it's about a foot in the ground. But to the right of it, see, it's really, really white. It's a yellow color. But to the right of it, there's a little locust tree that's bowed over. You might, I don't know if you could zoom in on it or not. These are just
it won't let us zoom, but we do see that. And if anybody's looking, okay, if you can kind of describe where it's at so they can kind of pinpoint it.
Okay. This I guess it was about a year ago. I found an arch that was 6 chutes, all bowed over and secured by big ground eggs. And I found it when it was pretty fresh. But there's no way that could happen. I mean, seven trees that are bowed and pinned to the ground. But anyway, this was right across the road from it. And I found that that hadn't been made within just a few hours. There's a little locust that's almost hairpinned right there, and at the base of the trunk, it's got a fracture in it. But this thing was hours old. I videotaped it also. But the folds in the leaves in that locust was, you could see the creases in the leaves. The leaves wasn't even wilted yet. It was, a few limbs broke off of it, and you could smell the leaves. You could smell the locust. I mean, it was fresh, probably overnight, I'm going to say. And it stayed like that right beside the road for, I don't know, a week or two. And even mowed right beside of it. And I guess it's a week or two later, and I went back by there again. It was laying on the ground, but that little locust was still bowed up like that. And it's still bowed to this day. Not like it was, but yeah, I found that, I don't know what the date on that was. Last summer, I found the big, I called it a multi-arch because there was seven spindly trees. I can't remember what species it was. Don't know. It might have been a birch. I'm not positive. But that was right across the road from it. And I know I found it fresh too, because all 7 of those shoots was bowed over, and all the vertical limbs, all the lateral limbs, the ones that, grow horizontal, all those was tucked up underneath and yet to start standing back up. So both those finds were pretty fresh, and I've been documenting that one, and now the lateral limbs are starting to spring back up. So that was made fresh. I think it was about a year ago, last spring by now. But yeah, I called that a 3-meter earth stake. And there's both of these right pretty close to the road. One of them the multi-arch you won't be able to see in about a week or two. But you can clearly see it from the road, both of them. But I thought that was neat because, that had to have been made within hours. I mean, really. You could see where something mashed on the leaves. Those locust leaves, those little bitty locust leaves, but you could see the dark green creases where they'd been mashed. I mean, it's very fresh. Hours had to be.
Well, we was talking about that photo while we went over them, and that's pretty much what we said. This is a fresh thing, and that stick that's sticking in the ground, I'm going to show that real fast, but the stick sticking in the ground, to us, that's a big club. That's used to hit whatever comes through, either that deer that's coming through that arch, that's a trapway, and it's fresh. We couldn't see, from the photos, we couldn't get in to see prints, but we could tell that this is a fresh thing. So we started looking around like we do. We looked for the shadows, the outlines, the low areas, blurs, light colored photos and things like that. So just to the right of this is the same photo. I would say the one in the bottom right will probably show this more, and you can also blow this up later, but we blow this up for you also, that it's in the trees, it's in the shadow, and this is where we always look, but it was fresh, and we was looking at it, and we're going to show you what we found over here. Let me try this one better. That one's probably a little bit better. If you can see right in the very center, if you can see that face.
Yeah.
The translucent one was sitting right there. It's a big size one. And I couldn't tell if there's a break in that tree or a separation. or just a dark spot that the head could be there. But it's just a translucent one that's hiding in the shadows right there. It's watching you take photos. If you walked around it, it had its eyes on you. But it uses, I don't know if that was a walking path with the pavement or if that was a highway, but whatever it is, it's being watched, whatever it is, by this one, and there's another one on top of it. But was that a walking trail or a highway?
Oh, it's a road, but it's the outside of a steep curve. Yep. Pretty steep. It's a place I'd want to stalk.
Yeah, yeah. And it was there waiting, it was watching, but it seen a child of God. It didn't want to expose itself, so it hung back. On this, we was going to ask you also about this and the X structures, but like in the top left big photo, did you go past that X? Did you continue further? Did you come from the other direction and take a picture from the back? Or did you just take the picture and turn around and go back the other way?
Oh, I took pictures from multi angles and videotaped it too. That's an X that was deliberately made. And that one's I videotaped it. I mean, I walked all the way around it, but that's one that's got forks on both ends. For sure. I called it flushing diagonals with deal tips is what I called it in the video. But yeah, there's a pretty good trail through there. It was about 2 years ago. I thought I was on some tracks in there, 3 different sets. That day I found a footprint that was about 17 inches long. But that's an X, it's off trail. That's just multi-angles, but I also videotaped it. But it's right next to a cliff, next to a trail. I guess that's the top photo. I guess that's, I don't know, I guess that's facing west. Can't remember for sure.
So did you go past this? Did you go in that top left one? Did you go down that trail?
Yeah.
Or did you just, okay.
Oh yeah, I went all the way around it. I look at it first because I saw a trail that was didn't look like ordinary game trail, and it was on an angle, coming pretty close to that X. It's not real big. It's might be 8 foot at the intersection there, something like that. No, it's probably a little closer to 7, I guess. I could about walk under it. So, but yeah, I walked past it, just right past its steep cliff. I'm not going off that because I got to turn around and go back, and it's 45, 60 degrees right in that area. I've filmed that 2 or 3 times. That structure, that X hasn't changed in 2 years. It's still there, identical. But yeah, that day I did walk past it, I'm sure. I think I videotaped that same day.
Do you, speaking of cliffs, and I meant to ask you this earlier, have you seen any indication of them running things off the cliffs and catching them on the, to get the prey at the bottom?
No, but I've tried tracking these things, and I don't see no game trails that go off. It looks like I see more. They're really hard to track in this soil where I'm at, and it's really hard to tell in there. But I did walk all the way around it. I'm sorry, I forgot the question.
If you know how the natives would run the buffaloes off the cliffs or run game off the cliffs, have you seen any indication of the Bigfoot doing any? I don't know how steep the cliffs are there, but have you seen them hunt in that manner there?
No, it looks like I've seen more or their type of trail going off of cliffs than any game. But You know, it's a good boundary right there. That's kind of what led me there to look anyway.
I was going to ask you if in this picture, in that top left photo, where that sun is out of the shade, is that like another game trail? Is that a crossing, like two paths crossing? It looks like there's not many trees there in front of the X where the sunlight is cleared out. Not the one that's going straight through the X, but is that another game trail or a crossing that's kind of just past that tree, first tree on in the center, the one past the X, that clear area, straight or left to right?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
It's kind of a trail went to if I'm thinking the same one, it kind of to the right hand face of that X and that dark tree trail kind of goes down that way off a steep cliff.
The reason I was asking is because that's a great place for an ambush and that game trail. So we came and we seen a little couple of oddities a little further past that dark patch right there on the left. Just if you can see that dark patch.
Yeah.
They blew it up a little bit more, and Bigfoots will, come out of a hole. They'll use a tree trunk, or they'll have a big stone that they'll cover their hole up. They'll come up and just like this, be just waist size, or sometimes it's just the head. And we try to blow it up, but we're trying to see the eyes or that one eye. We knew we weren't going to get a full frontal, but that eye in probably about a quarter down from the top. Let me try to back this up a little bit. Like the outline of the left arm and the waist, like there's a stone in front of it around the waist area. There's a hand that's on the ground. You can see kind of like the paw area. And also there's follow the shoulder up, and then you got the half of the head and the one eye. You can kind of see a little bit of the cheek kind of area also. And there was a couple more, but we couldn't get a clear visual, so we didn't put it in. But these were out there watching. That's why I was wondering if you walked down that path to where they were, because they were watching you. Also, here's another group of photos. If you could explain where you found these and what you was looking at.
Yeah, that's the first day I found that. That's what I titled the playground. Those were shots from that place that I was, at about 2 weeks ago. Finally run back on it. Just a small section, but yeah, it's definitely got their language in there. That was a pretty day. It was a pretty day. I was having battery problems that day, so I just took photographs and made a movie out of it. But yeah, there was some all kinds of arches and bows, hairpins in that area. Lots of barricades, log stacks. But yeah, I've been back to that place a couple, 3 times now.
Is there any altering on the bow second row first photo? Is that change in color what is that?
No, it's just showing you that it's pinned, I guess.
Okay, I just didn't know if you
I think that's just the top. The top that's just showing you that's the top. The crown has been pinned, fastened, or anchored by unnatural means, I guess.
I'm looking at that blue shade of color because sometimes blue mist will. That's another thing that we'll see. I didn't know if that's what's going on in that photo or not. If you noticed any kind of mist or discoloration.
Yeah, that's the way the photo turned out, I think. Pretty sure. I don't think I've done any enhancement of it. Maybe it's just the angle of the light right there. I think all those were taken at the same time. I think so.
Now, it's the photo. It's the fifth photo, second row, all the way to the right, third photo in the middle row. We was looking at that because we look at the shapes and the outlines. So we blew that area up. If you can see the face at the very top and just kind of follow it down. We traced the line of the tree, and at the bottom right, there's a extra or a foot right there. They will be translucent. Let's see if we can blow this up again. This is a little closer. And now I'm going to try to get in on the face right here. But if you can kind of see the outline of the face in the top part, underneath the black part. There's a black smudge or a dark discoloration. The face is underneath that. And I'm hoping you can see that.
Yeah, I wouldn't think all that just, with just taking pictures. There's no telling what you'll see in the videos that I've done then.
Oh. Now,
Because, those were just, that was just like collages. I think that's just, those are from mostly different places. I find a lot of Mylar balloons in these areas all the time. Yeah,
that shade of blue we saw in a couple of your photos too. Is that something that's common out there? Finding blue?
Yeah.
We was looking at some of these boundary markers in the second row, first photo. You can see how the top X is saying that this area past there is my area or its area, but it's also got one other extra corral kind of post saying this side and this way is my area. And they mark their territories. They'll use that river, that cliff as a boundary. Also, let's see. This photo here. I'm not sure if I think I was the one that blew this one up. Let me see if I can, because the Bigfoot's will is kind of hard to see in this photo. But in the very center, there's a dark tree just to the left of it, between those two trees. Because the Bigfoot's will be in trees sideways. They will be in this tree. They're holding on like this. Let your eyes unadjust to this. If you can see, and I try to put the face in the same place as to where your photo had put in it. We have to let our eyes adjust and follow the outline and see that they're holding on like this. These creatures do become translucent. Here is actually, this is actually another image of a translucent Bigfoot, or two different ones I'm going to show you. But this is some that we caught in the trees here. And they look like the watery haze. We look for the black outlines and trace that. They also have a clear, very clear look, like this one here. And the ones that you have there while you were taking the photo, they were up in the tree watching, laying flat in the trees. And when they do that, they're waiting for you to walk underneath them, and they will pounce and just drop on people. The people with the armor of God are protected, and you would have naturally went a different area. You wouldn't have walked underneath them. Our soul guides us in that way. And this photo also.
Yeah, that wasn't an elk, I don't think. There's no game in that area neither. I found that about 4 or 5 years ago, before when I first got on YouTube. You know, I kind of got on YouTube by mistake. I was trying to send my friend, the one that had that sighting back in '95, my evidence, and I couldn't. It wasn't clear enough to share until I shared it through YouTube, and that was the birth of it. But yeah, that thing's been broke and split and twisted. And those, you know, I didn't alter that in no way. All those photographs, I think it's at the same time. Yeah, I think so. But it looks like it's had a little play with it. I think that's a sugar maple.
So we was looking at, yeah, we was looking at this photo and looking at the split and everything, which caught our attention. But also, whenever something catches our attention, we always want to look past that. We want to know, because objects are traps, and some of these, I mean, the structures, the intertwining, all that catches our attention, and we always look at that. But then we realize we need to look further. You know, this is a trap area. So what we did was we looked a little past here, and right between the split, I mean, we couldn't get the one on the left, but directly right in the middle of that split, underneath that twig right there, you have two right there, if not three. I'll blow that up a little closer. I hope you can see them. They're in that dark area right underneath that twig that's coming out, right in the V kind of look. If you can see them. They're right in, they was right in the middle of there. You look for that twig that's going out. They're standing right between in the back of that first photo. They're way in the back with that twig between that break. Also, we want to ask you about this one.
Yeah, that's a tree laid horizontal. It's pretty fresh. I found out at Labor Day with my cousin. I think my first cousin's about to accept this. But there's 3 in there like that, and that one was new. That one was new. I videotaped that one also. But there's 3 in there like that, balanced. But that was really fresh. When I found it, it still had, the leaves was still changing on it. It was Labor Day last year. But that dirt and all that stuff, that was fresh. Very.
And more blue. Tell us about the goggles up on there. That was that placed for size, or was that already there, or what?
No, there was no, that's I think that's a pipe, is what that is. But there was a blue balloon right pretty close to that. Again, a Mylar balloon, pretty close. But there's 3 trees in there like that. I videotaped it. There's 3 trees.
This right here, as everything really out there, this is to impale, and they'll lick anything clean. They got all the time in the world, and if they still have like a blood on it, they'll even chip it off or scrape it off. But these things are to impale. Let's see, where's this one? Let me let's see. I seem to be missing one photo. It was one that just looked like it looked just like a hammer. I mean, it was almost in the same position, but it looked like it was with its own stand kind of thing. Do you know which one? It has spikes coming out the front. It looked like you could put that piece of wood between their hands, you know, kind of like a like brass knuckles. You know which one I'm talking about? I mean, it looked just like I mean, it had the sharpest spikes on there. It looked brand new, pretty much. I don't have it here. I mean, I did. But huge, yeah. Was that in the same area as these?
Yeah, all that's in the same area. That's a different area right there. That's north and west of me. That's up Booger Holler. But
Yeah, we
they got trees twisted, you know, barricaded. These trees kind of threaded between other trees with the root balls.
Yeah, we
You
can
can
see
tell
how
they didn't grow like that.
Yeah, it's like a corral. They're what we call chutes. They use that to keep the herd going that way or to herd game that way.
People.
Herd, yeah. People, yeah, you're right. Exactly right. And where did you find this out here? Out in the same area?
Oh no, that's on top of a step pyramid at the earthworks in Newark, Ohio. But there's also a place there called Dogtown. But if you look at it, there's a kind of suspicious. We know giants walk the earth, but that's on top of I found some evidence up there in Newark, Ohio too. I knowed where to go up there because I had a couple of friends. But that's on top of a step pyramid. Probably giant bones underneath all that. But there's also a dog town there in Newark, Ohio. But I went around and filmed it, and there was a little wolf figurine right there on it. You could see it. And it wasn't attached or nothing. I just touched it, and that was it, just to see if it was. It looked to me like it was left there for somebody to take home with them. See how that wolf figurine is up in that little niche?
Mm-hmm.
But you know, it says prehistoric man, 1933. You could look at the numerology, and
Mm-hmm.
that place was built by the giants, the Raphaim or something. It wasn't the Hopewell Indians that done all that stuff. But that's just some photographs from there, from that step pyramid. That's Horns Hill. But there was some Sasquatch evidence up there.
Yeah,
But I could see what it really was.
Mm-hmm.
It's an augmented step pyramid.
Yeah.
Made by the giants there in the earthworks.
There, the arrowhead in the back, that's also Masonic. That's called the Order of the Arrow. And it's a secret society also. But also, if you look at where the wolf is, if you kind of zoom back, you're going to see that smiling face that's holding that secret. I don't know if you've seen that. Just of the stone where you can see the wolf up. Probably that second photo, but you can see the face or the smiling face in the stone and the rock. That's hiding the secret of the Masonic order that's in that area. And those secrets are, giants. Those secrets are everything that's in that area. This one had a chain or something locked onto it. Was that you, or did somebody have like a keychain or something out there?
Yeah, that's my keychain for scale. That's a little wide
Okay.
twig. It was crossing point, and it was just barely stuck in the ground. Just barely. It had to have been mashed in. There's no way something that light could have been inserted in the ground. It's another Y. Right by game crossing place. It's pretty small.
And you can see the sharpness in that bottom right photo. How sharp was that?
It's hard for me to see. Is that twisted up?
Looks like you got your finger pointed at it.
Oh yeah, that's just another one of those sticks in the ground. I think that's wide. I think that's got a Y branch in the top of it. I found a bunch of those that day. Like there's some more. All these I found natural. I mean, that's just the way I found them. Like there in the bottom right, that was mashed in the ground with the Y down. Really unusual.
Was that tip broke or was it sharp?
The Y end?
The tip that was stuck in, the Y was stuck in the ground, but that top part that was sticking up, well, you could tell it's been manipulated by the color, but
yeah,
did it look broken off or sharp?
It looks snapped, but it didn't look fresh, you know. Hey Jerry, right quick, my battery's about dead. I may have to swap devices or end it because it's going to stop about any time. Just now saw my battery; it's pretty low. Can I kick out and come back in?
We can do that, or we can have you on again as a no. Go. Let's stay with you. Let's get your power hooked up. We'll wait for you. We got time.
Okay, let me I can get on my other device, go through the email and do the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be right back because this thing's on 2% and it's about to die. I'll be right back, people. Thanks.
It's a good time for people to take a drink and bathroom break and write down any more questions in all caps, please, that you may have for Parkway. We have waited so long to get him on here that we don't want to let him go until we're through speaking with him.
And we can see if we got some questions or we can answer some right here. It looks like CT is having to leave. And thank you, CT, even if you hear this tomorrow, but thank you for your translation and your help. And Scott, hey, thank you for the translation. And Christian, thank you for the English translation. And TJ, if you're in the room, we want you to know that we thank you very much. And I got a photo of it here. That TJ, if you are watching tonight or if you get this, we did send your money back to you. We didn't get to make our funding amount. So we've been returning everything that came when we needed it. So we're returning yours for you. We have had people tell us to go ahead and keep what they send or sent so that we could purchase a couple of things that we needed. That's why we're up and running tonight. But TJ, we sent your funds back, and we thank you very much. You are appreciated for your quick help. And thank you very much again. Let's see. There's Scott helping. Christian is writing in English now. Good. Kentucky Bigfoot, Tennessee Kentucky Bigfoot says, you have God with you, no worries. Yes, he does. Thank you. Tennessee Bigfoot says, much love, Parkway. Thank you for sharing your story. Tina needs to watch her farm animals on YouTube. Love everyone. Tracker C is saying, take care, brother. And Tennessee Bigfoot is signing out. They're saying we will charge. Good night to everyone. So everyone, if Tennessee Bigfoot's still here, we wish them a good night. Bernice is here. Jeremy is here. Jeremy has to leave also. Bernice is here. Tracker C is letting Jeremy know. Have a great night. Take care. Jeremy Wilson also says, I see eyes under the bow. All right. There are more things that we didn't post up there because they were a little not as clear. These translucent, we just have to have the eye to see all these. But Jeremy also says that he does see. We have Parkway back now. So Jeremy does see it. That's great. Lamont Cherie is here. She's saying hi to everybody. Ambone, Tracker C says there's a lot going on in the picture. Scarborough says, cool. I've seen several of these interesting photos. Great. He's been keeping up on Parkway's channel, has seen these before. And Joe Blow, hey, Joe Blow. He says, good night, everybody. If you're going, I'm still watching, though. Oh, so he's saying good night to whoever's leaving. But Joe is here. Doris is here. All right, great. So we're going to continue with Parkway. We've got the his phone hooked up again, so we're ready to go again. This is the last photo that we have for tonight that was sent in. We're going to get a little bit more explanation on this photo also. If you could explain to us, because I do see the footprint in the snow, so I'm thinking it's a collage of other times that you've been out.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. One of them might even be a duplicate. The bottom right hand, that was pretty convention track. There's a pretty convention track that day. I got a knock that day too. I put that up on my channel. I got a knock that I didn't hear whenever I was moving. I can't remember the title of it, but in that on the bottom center, see that fern? I think that's the culprit I saw that day I had my encounter. That's about the right foot size for that red-haired creature. I think that's a culprit, that footprint right there. It looked like a pretty good convincing footprint. And I know then, you know, that I was on the trail. But they done laid out the trail for me though. But yeah, that's about it. You know, arches, some of them I've went out there in the winter time and looked. Try to go after snow melts or heavy rains and look for tracks. But I usually find, I found activity about 10 months out of the year around here. best I can tell.
Have you noticed any tunneling around there or caves?
No, not really. They're camouflaged pretty good. But you know,
But
some
this
of these.
is,
What's that?
I was going to say the two prints on the bottom, last two photos, those are very good prints. I I don't think the one on either one of them is castable, but you can clearly see the print. I don't know if it was deep. I can't really tell from here if it was castable or not, but you can clearly see the foot. But was it castable deep enough?
No, I don't even have no cast material. You'd have to have a form around it anyway. No, the tracks I found usually been fresh, and when you find something when you find a track that's about 17 inches long by 7 inches wide at the ball and 5 inches at the heel, and it's fresh, you're a little bit on edge. You feel very weak and powerless at that time. So no, I'm not going to ever cast one. I'll just film it. I won't litter up the forest. If I found something really, really good, but I scour the creeks and stuff, but they're real clever. They're not going to they don't leave many tracks. I don't think I found any scat either. Entire time I've been looking out. I don't think I've ever found any sass scat either. Don't think so. A couple times maybe, but I'm still trying to black bear are on the increase here, so I gotta look at all that now. But I think they keep the bear run out a couple of these places. I really do.
Bigfoot scat goes through different. There's multiple stomachs, multiple lungs, heart. So when it goes through these multiple stomachs, even the snake, it still goes through all that. The waste of a Bigfoot will be like a cow. It'll be more of a wet kind of diarrhea kind of patty. It'll dry up to look like a cow patty. Most of the times they use the rivers to hide their waste, so they'll throw it into the water, or they'll use the bathroom in the water. That's why we don't find a lot of it. The young ones are kind of more uncontrolled, and when they get excited, you can find fresh waste, a diarrhea kind of looking thing. But the ones that you're going to find dry, you can also find them in like stumps that are hollowed out. They use those actually for bathrooms, and they'll put leaves and stuff over the top of that. But if you dig or move it with a stick, you're going to find this behind trees, and even in their blinds, you're going to find that cow-looking, manure-looking waste, and it looks like just like cow, wet and dry. So look for that also, and you can tell because there'll also be hairs from animals, meat eaters. So you'll find hair also in that waste.
And there are also sometimes structures that are full of the waste, where their version of a porta potty type of thing.
But you'll recognize those, and you'll smell those before you get to those. Here's one photo. Let's see. I'm not sure which photo this came off of, or maybe I didn't put it on, but here's the blown up version part of it. I know there was one photo that it was a bigger one. I guess I didn't load it. And this is actually a very bad photo because I still got the hand print on there kind of thing. But right in the very center, you're going to find a dark tree that goes straight down. About a quarter from the top if you can see that face that's right in front of that tree, it's about a straight down the middle. About, if you had a quarter, you could cover it. I mean, it's about I'd say about a half-inch down. Follow that tree in the very center. You'll see the right eye that's in front of that tree. The tree's in the background of it. You'll see the brow, the nose, and the other eye. Hopefully you can see that. I'm not sure. Just
It's
a
a little
small,
faint.
yeah, just a small face that's in the background. But they were watching wherever this photo was. But you had quite a few when you go out in these photos. You can, but we always look for those outlines, those blurs, those dark spots, and we can tell that you're a child of God because you're here talking with us right now. They do trap a lot of people. There was a guy, what's that researcher's name? Todd Standing. He was he still is a researcher, but he ran into a trap. And for that to happen, we know that the armor wasn't on, but we've known or heard of people getting ran into traps like that, and they were trying to bait you and pull you out, but your armor was there, God was there, Jesus was there, so they knew that they couldn't take you, and we know that. So we're just glad that you're a part of the team and here with us sharing all this information. But we're going to ask you we're going to look at the comments and see if there's any more questions, and then ask you if there's final things that you would like to say and close us out. But the floor is yours. Let's see if there's any questions right here for you. Tracker C says there's a lot going on in this in that picture. I'm not sure which one you're talking about, Tracker C, but there is a lot going on in each photo. Okay. Scarborough says, cool, seen several of these interesting photos. I think he has seen this on your page before.
Oh yeah, he's the one that Scarborough opened my eyes when I first got started in this. He saw me. We've been following each other for nearly 5 years, I guess. But that little maple tree that was twisted right there, he said the same thing back then, that there was some shape shifting going on. He saw it then. I didn't. I just saw a maple tree that was twisted up, split and broke. But yeah, Scarborough sees these things too. And he helped me along in the very beginning, for sure. Appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, y'all subscribe to his channel too. It's a great channel, and he's got a really unique way of presenting his videos and information.
Lamont Sherry is asking what state are these from? Oh, this is North Carolina. Is that correct?
Yeah, northwestern North Carolina. In the mountains, Blue Ridge Mountains.
And then Parkway says multiple times that he let you know that you had close activity. So you were up on them, or they were, but they were cautious around you. They didn't harm you. They let you pass by. They knew something was different about you than any other people that was in that area.
Yeah, of course. Who goes and films, tree structures, Some people ask me what I do, and I say, yeah, I film Sasquatch art. And, it's the truth. So that's what I do in my free time. It's just, a hobby with a new scope and vision,
And Scarborough says, thanks, Parkway. Much love, brother. Tracker C says that he has already subbed to you. So, and everyone else, please subscribe to Parkway and to Scarborough. They have a lot of information that needs to be shared, and people need to learn from these men. And they have a lot of information, a lot of videos, a lot of photos to learn from. So subscribe to their channels also, and keep sharing all this information. We just put your link on. Hopefully it'll come up in just a second. Parkway, we appreciate all the information, all the knowledge that you shared tonight, the photos, everything. We'd like to ask you if there's anything that we might not have covered or anything that you'd like to say to help others.
Well, just know that these things are out there, and they're in plain sight, and they're all around. You know, I see people on these trails hiking their dogs, doing their same routines every day. You know, some people, that's just what they do. They'll walk out, and I'm sure these people have been patterned for a long time. But you know, I see structures about everywhere I go, it seems like. Don't have to, but you know, I'm looking for them all the time. I'm looking for these things. I'm looking in the sky and in the ground. But you know, I wouldn't, don't ever gift these people. I wouldn't do that. I mean, I never have. And I've never left any food out in the forest. I've just known people, it just seems like it's went bad. It seems like the authorities might try to move in, somebody might get paid a visit, or something financial happens. Something bad financially seems like it happens. Or they're just shut up, you know? So that would be my recommendation. And, you know, if you're going to go out and camp, you know where you're going, do a little bit of research. I'm sure everybody in this group is aware of this. And, you know, maybe tell others. Because that's what I intend on doing. You know, if I know a deer hunter or something around here, I'll tell them. You know, there's probably Sasquatch on that mountain or in that forest, you know, I'll tell people that. But, you know, I've got laughed at by elk hunters that says, what are you doing? Just filming a tree? They don't see what I see. But I'm not an animal hunter, but I'm a more of a hunter than what they are. You know, when you go up, deer hunters, they got one thing in mind. But when I go in the forest, I'm looking at everything. I'm looking at everything. I'm looking around me. I'm looking at terrain. I'm listening to the wildlife, watching the skies, watching the birds. Watching everything. I try to. But you know, if you're in northwestern North Carolina, my email's in the description. And if anybody has any problems or think they got activity, to let me know. I'll come out and look, because I know what to look for. And I'll know ahead of time. And if somebody's had an encounter or something, don't care to tell me, because I won't laugh at you or ridicule and say I believe you. I'll say I know it happened. I can assure you this occurred. That's the way I look at it. I know that belief is the nemesis of knowledge, so I try to go on that. But that's it, I guess. I really appreciate everybody and the questions and everybody tuned in. It's been pretty long. But you know, I might go out and look around some, but it's just, you know, to keep tabs on things. See if I find a new structure update, or, you know, look for wildlife patterns. Last time I was out, I didn't see deer sign. And this part of the park, there should have been plenty. And that's, you know, that's suspect right off the bat. Especially when you got owls and things like that during the daytime that shouldn't be really sounding off. if people hear anything unnatural in the forest, you know, your instinct's going to be right most of the time. If you got a bad feeling, it's probably true. Probably is. Especially if it's more than one. And, you know, try to let, you know, if you're going to go out anywhere, you know, try to let somebody know where you're at, somebody you know and trust that won't notify authorities or, you know, go to some bad agency. It's 3-lettered, you know, stir away from all that. These down to earth people. And those are the people you should stick with. Because a lot of people are just going to step on you and use you, and that's it. They're just all about the monetary thing or whatever. But, you know, just go with God. That's all I can say. Go with God and have a relationship with the Almighty Father above. He's the creator. His fingerprint is in everything. The golden ratio is in everything we see. Everywhere. That's about it.
I want to also thank you for the story about your father. People need to know that God is real, Jesus is real. It's right there. We're shown every day. We're given the answers every day. But we'd like to thank you for sharing that with us and with the viewers. We know it's personal, but people do need to hear how real God is and how real Jesus is.
Yeah, your testimony for me personally was my favorite part of the entire thing. You know, I love the whole subject and everything we're talking about, but that was for me the best takeaway, and we're so proud to have you as part of the team. This is a long one, but worth every minute, and we may just upload it in 2 or 3 different parts. It may not all come out in one. We haven't even talked about that yet. But truly want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for just everything.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your insights. It's kind of the reason I got back out, you know. I was looking at your guys' stuff and see the same things. Just it's like graduating to a different realm of knowledge, you know, way I look at it. But also, you know, got God-fearing people here too. And we know the word. And that's what matters. Yeah, usually I always got emotional about that, but I didn't tonight. Just because it's talk about anything, but it seems like when God spoke to me, that's you know, it almost brings you to tears, but it's not depressed. I mean, it's joyful. It's what I mean. It's really joyful. It's touched by a spirit, you know, the Holy Spirit, God.
You give me tingles. I'm feeling tingles when you're talking about this.
Well, that you need know, because that's the truth.
Would you mind very much closing us in prayer? And you don't have to if you don't want to, because people don't like to be put on the spot, but I would like to offer for you too if you would like to.
Who, me?
Yes.
I'm pretty much I'm out of words at this time. I'm just I'd like for somebody else. I'll listen and agree totally.
All right, we will go ahead and close in prayer and let everybody go get some rest. Father, just God bless you. I mean, bless you, God. Thank you, just for these people, for this guest, for our new friend, for just all the knowledge that was shared here today. Thank you for the testimony that was given. Thank you for the message that you gave through his father. Just what an outstanding show and human being, and just we appreciate everything. Keep everyone safe, and just thank you. That's really all we all want to say is thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
We appreciate everything and the information, and you going out there and collecting all the data and information and the proof. To us, we don't need proof, but your photos are proof for many people who don't know that these things are out there. You're a great young man, and we could tell that Jesus is there. So we're just happy to have you with us. We're all friends, all family, and you know our group. You know, we could talk about anything, say anything, bring anything up. So we're glad that you feel as comfortable as you do, because that's how we feel. We're comfortable when we're talking with you.
That's great. It's only going to get better.
Hell yeah. So we're going to go ahead and close tonight. We have Tracker, the next morning Tracker Talks, Tuesday morning. We're going to try to get more people back on because we're up and running now again. But I'd like to thank you again, Parkway. You shared a lot of information. A lot of the people, the viewers, they needed this information. They needed to see those photos. This stuff is not just happening in one area, but there's a lot of areas that we need people doing the footwork like you're doing.
No problem. Appreciate it, everybody. Have a blessed evening and a great weekend, and God bless.
Amen. And good night, Parkway, and good night, everybody. Good night, Warriors.
Good night, Warriors.
We'll see y'all again very soon. Thank you, Parkway.